Okay, could we all get back seated, please? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our September 2025 board meeting being held here in sunny New York. I wanted to thank everyone for being around the table. Thank the team for all the work and getting this meeting ready for us. Thank all of our observers and those following us on YouTube. It's a special meeting for us. It's a special meeting. Some of you may not realize this. This is the 150th plenary of the IAASB. So that's, a lot of, it reminds you how much work has gone into endowing our standards and making them the preeminent global set of standards for auditing and assurance. So thank you for all that came before us, and hopefully we'll do it all justice this week. We have a pretty full meeting agenda. Tom, it's great to see you for the PIOB. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And this is the first time I joined the ISSB meeting. I'm very excited to do that. And at the same time, today I come here to listen to your, discussion rather than making comments to your documents or other things. That's my job. And I understand that the ISSB is currently in a very important transitional phase, having completed a major project like the ISO 5000 fraud going concern by track 2, and then transitioning to the next project, important project. So by observing in person, I would like to convey the PIOB board the dynamics and the nuance of the ISSB's discussion to the PIOB October board meeting to formulate our own, that's the PIOB's public interest perspective. Therefore, I would like to listen carefully and then attentively to your discussion rather than making many comments, as I said. So thank you again for having me, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Tom. Thank you for those comments. I'd also extend a special welcome to Sharon Walker and Joanna Foster, who are supporting the ISRE 2410 team. They're here with us. They'll be joining us at the tables tomorrow morning. So great to have you here. It's a great sign of our partnerships with national standard setters. So thank you for being here. As always, our board papers were posted to the public. All are available on the IAASB's website. So hopefully everyone has seen everything and has access to that. Just a little bit of what we're going to do this week. We only have one planned approval on the agenda this week, which is our narrow scope amendments, the experts project, which is where we'll start this session soon enough. And I see the team is already at the table. Assuming we're going ahead with approval, an updated draft after the discussions today should be available by the evening on Wednesday. So that will put us in a position to approve. We have a number of updates on the sustainability reporting front, ISSB and GRI. And, what we're really trying to focus on is areas where we need to cooperate or emerging risks and opportunities. We're going to have our first discussion on the ISO 540 post-implementation review. We're looking forward to your input on that. We're going to have a discussion later today on our strategy and work plan. there's lots of lead time or work plan and strategy document, even though it begins in 2028. But I think the real thing we're trying to capture today, and this relates to some of the feedback we hear in the marketplace, is how could we ensure that we're thinking in an integrated fashion with our colleagues at ISSB? And how can we take steps to make sure that we're aligned sooner rather than later? And there's nothing probably that focuses the mind more than our strategy efforts. I mentioned that 2410, which we'll discuss on Tuesday, seeking your board views and directions, including some proposed drafting. We'll go back to our technology work. We're going to review the positioning catalog and our quality management work stream. We're going to hear from our IAASB colleagues on where they stand on firm governance and culture. And for us, I know a common topic is how that interacts with ISQM1. A big chunk of our meeting is focused on audit evidence and risk response. The team has done an enormous amount of outreach over the last few months, worked closely with the project board managers. You see, I've now figured out the title, Ada. I'm getting this. I'm not calling them PBMs though. I dislike acronyms, but we'll be getting your views and recommendations on several important topics there. Really important for us as we move to looking at some consolidated drafting of standards. We'll be getting some updates on the state of play on sustainability assurance. We'll be talking about ISA for LCE. And so basically we have a very full agenda over 4 days. And so by the time you leave here, you'll be ready to take a nap, I guess, at the end. But it's an important session. Since we met last, ISA 240 revised was published. We released on September 1st, we released the narrow scope of amendments resulting from the PI Track 2 project. We have put out a number of guidance materials. We published an FAQ for ISA for LCEs. We published a document how the IAASB's revised going concern and fraud standards reinforce professional skepticism. We've released a video to explain changes in ISA 570. Our updated integrated due process and public interest framework operating procedures are posted. One key element is they're still subject to formal approval over time. And I think as part of the governance evolutions, we'll probably have a public consultation at some point. That is not in our purview, but we could always enhance the existing operating procedures, and which is what we've done voluntarily here. There's been a lot of outreach over the last few months. If you look at our agenda papers, a lot of project-specific outreach has been done. I've been, I think, to nearly every continent of the world since our last meeting. Actually, Latin America and Australia, New Zealand. Australia's left. I'm going to Latin America. Oh, I actually was in Latin America. I even forgot that I was in Peru since our last meeting. But I'm going back to Brazil. So lots of engagement with stakeholders throughout the world, as always. I just remind people, if you're following us, probably the best platform to see what's happening is LinkedIn, but we still post to X and YouTube. We have 3,800 followers today, many of which I'm sure are watching us at this very moment. Before we begin the meeting, anything that board members like to raise? What they want to raise is, can we just start the technical discussion? So we're going to do that. But before we do it, does any member of the board have any comments on the draft minutes for the June 2025 board meeting? Could we move towards approval of that? Anyone object to approval of our 2025 board meeting? Can I take minutes of that meeting? I take that as approval. Okay, count the draft June 2025 IAASB meeting minutes that have been posted on the website as approved. Great. I love minutes, as you know. Okay, so we're gonna turn to experts narrow scope amendments. I see the team, Dan, Kazuko, Jamie at the table. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom. I'm very honored to kick off this first discussion on experts narrow scope amendments at this 150th meeting. It's a great milestone. Today we have Dan and Jamie, including myself, Kazuko, from the project team. This is the first time that we have the discussion after we close the ED. And without going further details, can we please go to the next slide? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm sure everyone has read the agenda paper, so I'm not going to go into the details of the background. And I want to thank all of the board members who has provided us with the comment in advance of this meeting. In this slide, I want to walk you through a little bit about the overview of the responses that we got for the ED. And I do need to highlight that the results in this slide is a little bit different from what we have in the agenda item 2, since it was brought to our attention after we posted agenda item 2. There were 2 comment letters that somehow did not come through our system. One is from CAOB, which we addressed in agenda item 2.1, and the other is from CNCC, CNOEC, which we were notified last Thursday. Those 2 responses are reflected in the slide, and compared to agenda item 2, in this slide for the stakeholder types, you will see in addition to regulators or audit oversight authorities and in addition to professional accountancy or other professional organizations. For the geographical spread, you will see 2 additions to Europe. The project team read carefully both of the comment letters, and we noted that the additional comments were consistent with comments from the majority of other respondents, that they would not affect the analysis of the responses or the project team's views and recommendations in agenda item 2, and therefore we did not revise agenda item 2. Is there?
I would still recommend people to take a review of those letters, though.
Yes, they are posted on our site, so. Okay. Now with that, I would like to just dive into the questions in the EM accompanying the ED and the responses that we got. Starting from question 1 in the EM, we asked if the proposed narrow scope amendments are responsive to the public interest. And we heard strong supports from the respondents. We also heard comments related to ISSB, and several respondents noted or reiterated concerns that they previously communicated to ISSB about the concerns with the practicality or operability of the ISSB code provisions relating to using the work of an external expert. Also, there were comments that encouraged closer coordination between the IAASB and ISSB, or express a need for greater collaboration between the 2 boards in our standard setting projects. As explained in agenda item 2, there has been ongoing coordination between IAASB and ISSB since the development of the ISSB code provisions relating to using the work of an external expert. However, the project team also acknowledged that some of the comments are asking for a more integrated or holistic process. And the project team agrees that there is room for further improvements. The project team also wants to note that the coordination between IAASB and ISSB has been identified as a strategic priority by the leadership of both boards, as you can see in agenda item 5 for strategy and work plan for 2028 and 2031. With that, I would like to hand it back to Tom to ask the board whether they agree with the project team's summary of respondents' feedback in B1 of agenda item 2, and whether there are any other significant issues raised by respondents that should also be considered in finalizing the narrow scope amendments.
Bill.
Just a general comment about process and nothing. Your summary of respondents' feedback is quite fine, not a problem. You make a comment there were no users who gave any submissions, and I'm just raising the issue is that as we go through what Tom may have said earlier about the GPPC and forum of firms, etc., feedback is coming in different directions in the future, I would guess. We're seeing a lot more consultation and outreach happening whereby we're getting a lot of feedback which is not written, not formalised, not a submission. And I sense we will get more of that from the accounting firms in the same way. So I just raise it as a piece of process going forward is that, and without stealing the thunder, that we'll be talking in the executive session about getting better traction with users because we get no traction or no significant traction with them at the moment. So I just raise that as a point of protest for us all to be well aware of and how hard we're trying. It seems to be we are trying to get feedback, but not always as successful as we'd like. Thank you.
On that front, just note, remember, if you look at our agenda paper 9 related to audit evidence, we give a lot of documentation of the feedback. Now, have we calibrated it perfectly yet? You know, that's the idea, is like the more you have discussions, since we are obliged to a transparency principle in our due process, that's why we're trying to give more sense of it and share the knowledge to the board. And, you know, the issue is how detailed those summaries need to be, et cetera, for board papers. But I think your point is well taken. Philly, and then Josephine.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. And Bill, I recognize that you raised it as a broader issue, but just for purposes of this project, the team also reflected on that. So I just want to put on public record, you know, paragraph 8 in the issues paper addresses the fact that we are aware that we didn't receive user respondents, but for purposes of this project, that wasn't unexpected. And because that will be an important consideration also in terms of the due process submission that we need to make to the PIOB.
Okay. Josephine?
Just so that you got one voice from the board. Yes, thank you very much. I agree with your summary completely, and thank you to the team for all your hard work on this. I thought the papers were excellent. Thank you.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. Just a formal comment about the categories in paragraph 8, country by country. I realized that you take that glass is other and not from Latin America. Maybe we can adjust this point.
Yes, and so I adjusted in the slides, but I'm sorry that it did not get reflected in the issues paper, but I acknowledge that. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So by silence on this question, I mean, I'm taken from a due process perspective. We all where Josephine is. Okay, I'm getting nods around the table. Let the record show that. Okay, back to the team.
Thank you, Tom, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to walk you through what we heard from respondents and the project team's recommendations. We'll start with ISO 620, and then we'll move on to the other standards. Unsurprisingly, much of what I will say on 620 is also going to apply to the other standards. And in some of the advanced comments we've had from board members, the project team has noted that various comments in 620 also relate to the other standards. So we'll deal with those in turn. So what did we hear? I think overall there was a lot of support for the intent of the revisions in trying to maintain interoperability with the new provisions of the code. With respect to paragraph 8F, so this was the new consideration that was added to draw attention to whether there were relevant ethical requirements related to using the work of an external expert. There were mixed views. Some respondents welcomed drawing attention to those and thought that was helpful. Others questioned whether it was really necessary because the auditor has to comply with relevant ethical requirements as a matter of course. And some respondents were largely silent on that particular point. Several respondents did ask for some more explicit requirements, specifically in relation to the prohibition on using the work of an expert when the auditor cannot or is unable to conclude that the expert has the necessary competence, capabilities, or objectivity. There were some mixed views on definitions and whether we needed a new definition of external expert. And various comments were raised where we were maybe not quite consistent in some of the drafting between different paragraphs. So what is the project team recommending? On the balance of the comments and the mixture of support and questioning 8F, the project team believes there is still merit in retaining paragraph 8F. The significance of the code provisions in relation to experts and the project team's view merits drawing attention to that explicitly in ISA 620 just because of the potential impact on the work effort. So the project team recommended retaining paragraph 8F. You'll see that there is now an explicit new paragraph addressing the prohibition on using the work of the expert when the auditor concludes that they do not have the necessary competence, capabilities, and objectivity for the auditor's purposes. The board discussed making explicit the implicit presumption in the standard when we approved the ED. Several respondents said, can you please make that explicit? So the project team reflected and decided that actually, in the interests of addressing consistency of interpretation and maintaining interoperability with the code and not coming to different conclusions, the project team thought we should have that explicit prohibition, and you'll see that in paragraph 9A and the supporting application paragraph. We did add some a new cross-reference to some existing application material to the definition of auditor's expert, just to highlight the paragraphs that already existed in the standard describing the internal expert. We felt that was useful. And from a consistency perspective, we reviewed all paragraphs and updated the terminology to refer to either the auditor when we were specifically writing something in the context of the ISA, and the term professional accountant if we were referring to provisions of relevant ethical requirements, because that's the term that the code uses. So Tom, that's the summary of the project team's recommendations. So with respect to question 2, we are seeking the board's feedback on the revisions that you see in the agenda item, and also if there are any other significant issues that the board feels need to be raised in finalising the amendments. Thank you.
Okay. So you see question 2 is on screen. And Nancy, would you like to come in?
Sure, maybe I can kick it off. Paragraph 9A. So this is where we added the new paragraph, is the prohibition paragraph. And it refers to the audit if the auditor concludes that the auditor's expert does not have the necessary competence, capacity, capabilities, and objectivity. So 2 comments that I see in there. Number 1, when we conclude that it doesn't quite contemplate the scenario whereby you're unable to determine that they don't have, which was something that we have in paragraph A19B when we look at the ISSB code. So in my view, I think we need to broaden that to capture that scenario. So negative conclusion vis-a-vis not being able to determine, and it's that second scenario that we don't seem to capture with 9A. The other thought is that, and forgive me, I'm not an English major, but I get tripped up with the conjunction and the or. When you phrase the assertion in a positive way, it's an and, which means that you need all three elements. When you flip it to a negative that it doesn't have, then it becomes an inclusive or, because A and B and C, negative becomes not A or not B or not C, meaning that if you fail one of the three, you do not pass. So as constructed, we seemingly would require them to have the three as a package. And if I only meet two, I did not meet all three, and therefore I pass. So that's not the intention, I believe. So both elements, I think, would benefit from clarification. I did send advanced comment, and I made a suggestion, and I will read out what I suggested. But let me make a third general point. In looking at it, we seem to be commingling using and as well as or when we refer to competence, capabilities, and third element, objectivity. And I think it would be desirable if we can just stick with the and in all cases. And then we don't have to worry about using an or along the way, which means that the assertions need to be flipped into a positive sense. So hence my suggested text. That first part, if the auditor is unable to conclude a negative conclusion, that the auditor's expert has positive assertion, the necessary competence, capabilities, here we can say and objectivity. So if you're unable to conclude, it could be because it doesn't meet, or because you're not able to come to that conclusion. So the proposed text seemingly would deal with both of those issues that I raised, and that with the positive assertion, we don't have to worry about using or, it would be an and. So I'll stop there. I have other comments about the application material, but I'll stop there for that first point.
Want to come back in, Dan, on this?
If I might, Tom, Nancy, thank you for that. And just generally on the wording of paragraph 9A, I think the project team will take that back and have a look at the and or because the intent was you would be unable to use the work of the expert if you didn't have the necessary competence, capabilities, or objectivity. So we'll look at that. But I did want to just raise something for the board to think about on your point on the unable to conclude. When the project team drafted this requirement, it was intended only to address the implicit presumption that already existed in ISO 620. That implicit presumption was fairly simple, because it's linked to paragraph 9. And if the auditor is based on that evaluation in paragraph 9, if the auditor concludes that that expert does not have the necessary competence, capabilities, or objectivity, then you're prohibited from using the work. That was the simple articulation of the implicit presumption. The notion of unable to conclude, although it's in the code provisions and it's referred to in the application material, there's no reference to unable to determine in ISO 620 today. And if you look at the code provision, the application material that goes along with that inability to conclude all relates specifically to the requirement to obtain this information in writing from the expert. There is no such requirement in ISO 620 to get that information in writing. So the project team's, at least initial view, was the reference to inability to conclude is best left in the application material in the context of the code provisions, because that's what it specifically relates to. If the board does feel like some reference needs to be made in paragraph 9A to an inability to conclude. We may need some application material then to say what would be the circumstances be when you would be unable to conclude. There's no requirement in 620 to obtain information in writing. So what would that inability to conclude relate to in 620? So it's certainly for the board to discuss and decide in terms of direction to the project team. But just wanted to get that point out there for the board to think about. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, Josephine?
Thank you, Dan. That was very helpful, and really happy with 9A. And I had the same point that Nancy raised, that I think we're dealing with all here, because if any of those fall over, you just simply can't use that work. And then the auditor has to proceed with their own procedures to get the evidence that they need. So if you could also, further reflect, I'm very supportive of moving back to OR. And I think that's the way it's set up in the code as well. So that would be appropriate. And that's always the way I've thought about it when I've read 620. If you don't have objectivity, then you just can't get past that. So if you don't have competence, then really why are you using an expert at all if they don't have the competence? So each of those needs their own test. With the unable to conclude, I do have sympathy with Nancy's point here, but I also recognize that it doesn't fit in 9A. But if there is a solution where we just make it clear in the application, well, it's already in the application, isn't it? But if that's sufficiently there, I would agree that that's sufficient. But I don't think it works with 9A, because this is actually in respect of you're evaluating whether they do. And if you conclude they don't, then you can't go any further. And it's implicit, I think, because if you can't find out whether they have the necessary competence, capabilities and objectivities, then you have to conclude they don't have it, because you don't have information to support otherwise. Do you want comments on the application material that support this? Or, I mean, I did send them offline, but do you want me to raise? Okay, just minor. I'm happy generally with the application material that was added. I felt, though, that maybe actually paragraph 19A just went too far and is a little bit repetitive of 19 and then what follows 19BA. So, have a look at my comments. I think we already talk about these things several times and it just seems a bit redundant. Also, the only thing I would say that is important here is, with 19A, I apologize. It was the middle piece I felt was redundant, the introduction and the point about why you need to actually use the work of the expert in circumstances. The bit I wanted to ask you is, I don't understand why we've only focused on professional competence and due care, and we don't talk about integrity and objectivity here. So maybe you have a response to that, but I felt that if we are going to talk about the fundamental principles, perhaps we should talk about all of them. And other than that, they were just minor points, but just thank you again and appreciate the work there.
Christelle?
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments on application material, 19A and 19B. So 19A, the new requirement in paragraph 9A explicitly states that the work of an expert cannot be used if the expert does not possess the necessary competence, capability, and objectivity. So consequently, paragraph 19A should be revised. In the sentence, using the work of an auditor's expert in such circumstances affects the auditors, etc. The word affects could be replaced by with would affect, as such situation should not arise under the new requirement. And my second comment is on A19B. In this paragraph, sub-paragraph B and C refer to the prohibitions in the ISSB code, and these references may no longer be necessary as the prohibition has now been incorporated as a requirement in paragraph 9A. Thank you.
Ella?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Right, so when it's funny, I had exactly the same comment initially that Nancy had. So what about situation where the auditor is unable to? discussing it also further with the outreach, it was generally felt that 620 had some level of flexibility there, sort of a bit of a spectrum of, okay, but these are elements where I can use some of the experts' work rather than this binary yes, no. And I think Dan explained that element. So I'm much more on board with the current drafting, and I agree with Josephine on the or, and Nancy. I think that's something we need to look at. So I'm more comfortable with it now than I was initially, because I think that captures what 620 did, and we're not trying to change 620 as a result of the ISSB. We're conforming it. In respect of A19A. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't think we need it. I did think that A19B was repetitive. And I think there's some streamlining opportunities there to put through. So that's pretty much it. Overall, very comfortable, absent my few comments. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thank you, Tom. And thank you to the project team. I was very impressed with the speed and execution and the quality demonstrated in the project papers, and appreciated the opportunity to send in some offline comments. I had two broad sets of comments when I sent them in. I have a preference for application material, not adding requirements in the standard. And then obviously some of my recommendations would carry over into the other standards. So I think I'm the first one to say I don't think 8F is needed. ISO 220 paragraph 12K defines the relevant ethical standards and establishes the auditor's responsibility when using the ISOs. Thus, the auditor already must comply. And I know you introduced some of that, but I just wanted to say on the record, I don't think we need to duplicate it. And I don't think this is a circumstance of making implicit explicit. Spotlighting the reminder within this standard just seems duplicative to me, inconsistent with other ISOs. And then, of course, I went to look at CUSP, and I think it contradicts what's in CUSP. So if 8A is maintained, I did send in a recommendation to add whether there are provisions to make it more conditional and also address when it might not be in the code of a particular jurisdiction. So that's 8F. 9A, similarly, I think doesn't need to be here. I think it can be addressed all in the application material, which I did have some comments on the application material, some of which may be similar to some that were already talked about, and really just consolidating 19A and B and keeping the flow with 19. And I think, let me just go see if there's any in, obviously, if 8F is removed, 813A would follow. And let me just, I don't think I need to pile on 19A and B. I sent in some particular edits for your consideration. Thank you.
Amara?
Thanks, Tom. I'll just pile on 19A because I actually don't agree with having it. I didn't have time to provide feedback before because he starts with the first sentence repeating what is exactly 9A. So there's nothing new there. And the second sentence, I think, is the important one. And the strange one, because in 9A, I say the auditor shall not use the work of that expert. And then when I get to the application and explanatory material, I say using the work of an auditor's expert in such circumstance affects the auditor fulfillment of fundamental ethical principles, blah, blah, blah. So I think this is what we want to say. So I think, I don't know if it's possible, this last sentence would fit better in the end of 9A, and we don't have and it's not necessary to have a 19A. This is my first comment on that. So I don't think we do need it. And the second is a question for someone who is not really, I do not dominate English at the same level of you all, but we use shall almost everywhere. And then when we get to the application of the explanatory material, we start using may all the time. So A13A, relevant ethical requirements may include provisions. And then A16A, author's expert may include. Is there really a difference here? I know the difference between the words in terms of messaging, but why we didn't use shall in the application and other explanatory material as well?
I believe that's our drafting convention because shall implies an obligation and may is suggestive. Really?
Yeah, and that's right. Plus the additional point is that remember we're writing our standards framework neutral. So different relevant ethical requirements may work differently. And it's to sort of accommodate that there could be different scenarios depending on what your relevant ethical requirements are.
Okay. Now, I'm not calling on you, but Nancy and Wendy, you have your name tense up still. Is it you want to come back in? Okay. So just noted. Just noted. Vishal?
Thank you, Tom. Two suggestions. One is on the para A16A, where I suggest adding a footnote with reference to the ISSB code requirement, like it has been done for some other application paragraphs. So maybe there we can give the footnote of referencing to para R390.6 to R390.20 of the ISSB code. And second is on A19B, again, where I feel that it becomes duplicative and suggest removal of the detail from the ISSB code from that paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So coming back to the, by the way, the explanation was very helpful, Dan. That really helped. And thank you, Josephine and Edo, for elaborating as well. So I'm comfortable with the package. I think it looks good, making sure that we pick up the or instead of the and there. The application material, I'm in paragraph A19B. So just reading that, it talks about, in the first sentence, this is in certain circumstances. So it just begs, what are these circumstances? And the example we give is exactly what is interoperable with 9A. So it doesn't really tell me what these circumstances are. And if we have something in mind, maybe we need to elaborate on that. If those circumstances are indeed what perhaps is within the relevant ethical requirements, then it would be in these circumstances, which is what we were talking about under A19A when we repeat the requirement for 9A. So struggling with what we're getting at when we say certain. Is it one scenario, those sort of circumstances that the ISSB code is, as an example, or do you have something more in mind? So just a question on that. The other couple of points are a little bit offbeat, but I'll raise them anyway. I noticed that in the application material, sometimes we use the term auditor's external expert. So we've explained that we don't want to define external expert. It's sometimes quite obvious and need not be elaborated upon and so on. And I think I'm in that camp. And all through, we tend to refer to the auditor's expert. But in A18A, we use the term external expert. That one, I think I beg to your judgment in terms of whether it needs to be referred to. But the other two references, I think we can safely just use auditor's expert, and that would be A25 and in the appendix, in the heading, and both bullets. So where we don't need to, I would prefer not to refer to external expert and just call it auditor's expert. The final general point is when we look at the other standards to be updated, and including the prohibition paragraphs and the attending AM, in 3000, we're going to do that. But we didn't say anything about ISO 5000. Now, ISO 5000 was drafted with interoperability in mind, but it doesn't contain the prohibition paragraph. And if we put it in 3000 and it's not in 5000, does that cause a bit of an issue? Because we want the two to be consistent, right? So just raise that for our consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Well, Wendy, you were the first, but not the last, talking about 8F. I just want to concur, and we provided some offline comments. I think it's superfluous, it's redundant, we don't need this. And it would be a precedent to include this maybe tomorrow or next week. There will be other standards coming, and we are doing the same. So thinking about having lean standards, we shouldn't retain it in there. Although we all agree, I guess, if we retain 8F, the world will not stop to exist. With respect to 9A and A19A, I fully concur with what Edo said. We had an outreach last week discussing 9A, and it seems very binary, the solution. You're either in or out, the external expert, right? And there's no solution in between. And so the suggestion was, is there, like in the application material, A19A, could there be some further wording, providing like wording for further procedures in order to have some kind of conclusion that it is possible to use this external expert? Thank you.
Okay. Josephine?
Thank you. Maybe it's jet lag or something, but I missed a comment I had in the application material. But while I have the mic, as they say, I do want to come back on 8F, because I'm actually now concerned that we could end up deleting that. And I actually think it's really important because there are specific provisions relevant to using the word of an expert. And yes, of course, 220 and other standards remind us that we need to understand our relevant ethical requirements. But when there are specific ethical requirements in a unique area, I think we do practitioners a disservice if we do not remind them of the fact that that might be the case, particularly if you're performing audits in other jurisdictions where you have to really think about this. You may forget, for example, that there may be ethical requirements related to using the work of an expert. And so you're, in terms of actually achieving the requirements in 8, you would basically have a disservice if you hadn't looked to the ethical requirements as well. So I would really strongly advise against removing that particular requirement. If there's further push to removing it, then at least we have to retain that application material and attach it to paragraph 8. So at least there is that warning there that you do need to think about ethical requirements in relation to experts. As I say, I must be a bit jet lagged this morning. One of the application material paragraphs, A18A, and I think, and you may need to just help me out here and answer the question. We add that, I'm not quite sure if this is right for our ISA and our ISA language, because I think in using the expert, it could be both the entity and the other entity. Like the property valuer and management could be in discussions with this external expert, for example. I know it's the auditor's expert, or they could be doing something else. I mean, it just feels to me like it's either one thing or the other. So can you just check back with the ethics standards and make sure that it is either one or the other, and it can't ever be both. So we've got that right. And then in terms of 9A, I mean, you've already got support for 9A from others on the board, but I continue to reiterate my support for this one. I think it's incredibly important, this paragraph. Thank you.
Josephine, as it relates to 8F, I think Wendy suggested a slight variation that includes whether, so then it's more of a prompt to consider. You wouldn't object to that, would you?
But I think personally, it's already implicit in the leading into the requirement, because in determining this, you consider matters, including provisions of. Now, if there are no provisions, then there's nothing to consider. But I mean, I'm comfortable if others are comfortable with that. Jamie, looks like he wants to jump in.
Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So we did get that comment from a few board members, and it's obviously tied to the question of not all jurisdictions directly use the code. So the way it's currently drafted, as you see it in the paper, I think some people are interpreting that as being a little too definitive. So actually, when we looked back, and thank you to Wendy and a couple of others raised this as well, the language that you see in the paper in 3000 was articulated differently. And there it says whether relevant ethical requirements include provisions related to using the work of an expert. So we thought that was probably better language and could update 8F. So it sounds still the active consideration, Josephine, as you said, but it's a little more, have a think about whether there are things you need to comply with.
Okay. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to lend my weight behind the proposals that are set out in the paper from the project team. And I guess just push back a little bit on the idea of deleting some stuff. Like I think A19A, I think Amari mentioned, it is a bit repetitive, but it's got a really important concept about safeguards in there. So if we're going to streamline the requirement 9A with A19A and maybe not repeat so much, then please can we keep safeguards somewhere? Because I think it's a really important concept. Thank you.
Okay. Jamie?
Okay, thank you for all those comments. Let me just run through some my notes here. So I think Dan discussed the and or the or, and we'll take that away and look at it. Various comments on A19A, A19B. The project team will have a look at the duplication, the repetition, see if there is any opportunity for streamlining there, with Greg's important caveat front of mind that we don't want to lose anything important. Thank you, Christelle. We'll take a look at the language that you raised as well. We talked about the change to paragraph 8F, so I think you will see that coming through, that language that I just read out. Thank you, Billy, for addressing the shall and the may in response to Amaro's comment. Vishal, yes, we did receive a few comments about the footnoting of the paragraphs, so we will certainly look at that. Thank you, Nancy. We will, as part of the looking at the 18A, 19A, we'll look at the sort of the circumstances that you referred to. I think on your question about 5,000, when we discussed the ED, I think it was Josephine explained that we felt 5,000 was interoperable with the new code provisions. There was a desire not to open the standard before it becomes effective. So I think that's still the position as I understand it, that we don't want to reopen 5,000 at this time.
On that point, though, just to be clear, it's because when we developed 5,000, we were doing it simultaneously with IASB's work. So that's why we were comfortable with its interoperability.
Tom, I can maybe just add, we will make it clear in the basis for conclusions as well. So at the time, they're perfectly interoperable. And so we will explain that in the basis for conclusions as well.
Sorry, Josephine, I missed one of your points. So the comment about the fundamental principles and you're questioning whether that's complete. So we actually drew that language from the code provisions, but also there's a very similar statement in ISA 220. But we'll double check that we're comfortable with that. Robert, thank you for your comments. The project team can reflect on your point, the point that Ado raised in our meeting. And yes, Josephine, the language about whether it's the experts doing the work at the entity or another entity, the code does address both possibilities. So we were trying to accommodate that there could be relationships with both your client, but also the entity that the expert's actually out doing the work at. And we've already got some potential drafting to make that clearer. So we will look at that. And I think, Tom, that was it, unless there's any other comments people want to come back on.
Anyone want to come back? Okay.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the other standards. And as I said at the start of the 620 discussion, many of the comments you've raised apply obviously to the same changes, the prohibition has been flowed into the other standards as well. In terms of calling out some of the other things we heard, I think really the key one on the left there was specifically with respect to ISRA 2400 revised, the way that standard was drafted, it did not have what people referred to as the two-step approach that we have in 620 and we see in the other standards, whereby first of all, you evaluate whether the expert has the necessary competence, capabilities and objectivity, and then you evaluate the adequacy of their work. So a number of respondents said, can you please reflect that same two-step thought process into 2400? And then by and large, all the other changes we talked about for 620 have been flowed into the other standards. So really the key change that you see is that new amended requirement in 2400, the paragraph 55, where it's been expanded out to build in that two-step thought process and at the same time reflecting the prohibition within that same single requirement. So I think, Tom, that's probably all I need to say in terms of the remarks and the other standards, and we can open it up for comments to see if there's any additional comments from the board on those changes.
Okay. Neil.
Thank you. Thank you to the team. Thanks, Tom. Jamie, just one thing was on the definition. So we put a definition to 620. We put that into 3000. We put it into 4400, but we haven't included it in 2400. It felt to me like something similar for conformity, consistency would be useful. Unless there's a reason that you purposely excluded it, I'd love to know.
So the 2400 never had a definition, and I think the project team discussed that. Our understanding is when you look at the requirement in 2400, it directly incorporates the definition within the requirement. So it tells you that an external expert is blah, blah, blah from what you would see in the separate definition. So for that reason, at the time the standard was drafted, the board must have concluded a definition wasn't necessary. And in the context of this project, that's not a change that would be required to maintain interoperability with the code. So we felt that's not within our scope to consider, but also don't believe it's necessary.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. And thanks for that exchange, because I had the exact same comment on putting the definition in 2400, which I already sent in. Let's see, in 2455A, I also have a comment there. that I thought we could revert back to the extant wording and make use of the application materials. So there's a lot of, my theme carries through that I would prefer the application material over some of the implicit changes and requirements. Let's see where else. So I had sent in some recommendations on A97A, and I think this is still in 2400. It's hard to scroll through this. And those are very long, so we'll have to rely on you to look at them when you go back. But ISO 620 and ISAE 3000 include application material related to the provisions of the relevant ethical requirements. So we thought that should be carried forward here as well, and then make some recommendations, which is just modifying the language from what's in some of the paragraphs in those other standards. And I think that could, then some of the other comments I made in 620 carry forward into the relevant conforming amendments that are there. And I do want to go back on 9A and the comments that are attributed to Edo and Robert. I had the same feedback on the binary, even though I think it should come out altogether. And I think I also read in the SMPAG letter, they have a similar comment. So I just wanted to be attributed to that 9A discussion as well.
Okay, well, since 9A was raised, so that was the last question. We should just deal with this explicitly right now, because I think we may be dealing with two different elements here potentially, about the scalability, about what's necessary, and whether the requirement should apply. I don't know, Jamie, if you want to say anything more about it before we get confirmation from the board.
I mean, I think the project team will need to discuss that this evening. As Dan said in his introductory remarks, the original intent with the drafting of 9A was just to make explicit that prohibition. We didn't set out to amend any other principle in 620 about kind of what work the auditor may do around the expert, particularly if there was some question marks around competence, capabilities, objectivity. So the project team hasn't really discussed that in detail, so that will certainly need to be discussed this evening.
Yeah, I can maybe just add to that. I think, when we approved the exposure draft, the board was happy that that was always the implicit presumption. The board said, well, no, that's right. The implicit presumption was that if the expert does not have the necessary, and remember, the necessary is necessary in the circumstances for the auditor's purposes, competence, capabilities, objectivity, then you cannot use their work. And all we're doing here is to make the explicit implicit. So the implicit explicit. We're making the implicit explicit. So you should be coming to exactly the same answer. And what the project team reflected on when we developed when we reviewed the responses is, as we set out in the issues paper, that on balance, we just considered, well, for purposes of clarity, consistent application, to limit different interpretations, it is probably better to just make it explicit. But if we now say, but there's a problem with the requirement, then we're also saying, well, then maybe there was a problem with the implicit presumption. So were we all really on the same page with the implicit presumption? Because that's what we agreed on the exposure draft. But as Jamie said, we will have a further discussion about that as well.
Well, I actually think we should be clear that the board thinks what we thought was implicit is the case. And if it's not the case, that raises issues. But the board as a whole believes that, now probably using the construct of or, that if you don't meet any of those three elements, that you cannot use the work. Josephine?
That's absolutely spot on, and Vili's right. First of all, it's necessary in the circumstances, and we as a board are not making the judgment on what exactly that competence, capability, and objectivity looks like in those circumstances. Up to the practitioner to do that. So that's already an inbuilt scalability and proportionate approach. But they are choosing what is necessary, and if they come to the conclusion that they can't get that level and that the expert does not reach those thresholds, then you can't use their work. Thank you.
Do people disagree with that sort of underlying principle? That's really, I think that's the most important thing we have to agree on. And then the question is, it seems to be that there's confusion in the marketplace. That seems to add even more reason in my mind to make explicit what was implicit. Because if it's being misapplied in the marketplace, that could be an issue of standard setting. And that's where we could step in. And so I think the response, at least in my mind, on 9A becomes even more important. But the fact that where the proportionality and scalability is in the determination about what is necessary. Maybe we could clarify that, and that's something the the project team could consider this evening. But are we aligned on this? For those who raise the slight concerns on this, do we at least accept the logic? Ada?
So I struggle with it. I get the underlying principle. If there is an issue with competence, capabilities, and objectivity, that we shouldn't use it. In my mind, and trying to work out how that scalability and that potential flexibility that was brought to my attention, how that works. Because if they're half objective but still capable, and or we don't have any, so I can see it when you don't have any information about his objectivity. Well, you because the necessary ethical requirements don't ask you in writing or to inquire about shareholdings of his wife. Hence, you don't know, and it could be okay. Yeah, I can see that. But it's a difficult one I think I'm more principally in the bucket. Well, if either of them fails, then you're out. That doesn't promote trust in the work that you do as an auditor. And how the scalability then works. I'm fine with making it explicit. I think with Dan's explanation, I'm comfortable with making only explicit when the auditor concludes that. But that needs to be probably explained in the basis for conclusion how that is to be read. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you for that, Edo. And the only other point that I might make to the board on kind of the flexibility or the scalability in extent in ISO 620, there is perhaps some additional flexibility when it comes to objectivity because it's a threats and safeguards approach similar to the code. And ISO 620 recognizes that you have to evaluate the threats and then determine whether there may be appropriate safeguards that could be applied to reduce the threats to an acceptable level. It's not so with competence or capabilities. It would seem very strange to say that an expert does not have the necessary competence for my purposes or the necessary capabilities, yet I'm going to use that work and somehow top it off with my own procedures. That is the part of the implicit presumption today that is intended to be made more explicit. That part, I think, is indeed binary even in ISO 620 today. And like I said, there's a bit more flexibility as it relates to objectivity.
Wendy, is that a straight tent? Oh, okay. Any other comments on this section? Back to team.
I think I'm handing over to Kazuko for the next few slides.
We passed through the difficult parts and now we're at the other matters. A question for in the EM asked if there are any other matters that they would like to raise. And several respondents suggested that the IAASB take into account the proposed narrow scope amendments when considering requirements and application material in the IAASB's current project to revise ISRE 2410. And the project team noted the comments and we did pass them along to the ISRE 2410 project team. There were also comments for additional guidance, and the project team notes that we will continue to coordinate with ISSB staff regarding non-authoritative materials. And the project team also knows that the ISSB published a new guidance to support implementation of standards on external experts last week. And before the guidance was published, the project team went through the content and discussed with ISSB staff on certain matters that are relative to the IAASB standards. With that, I would like to hand it back to Tom to ask the board whether they agree with the project team's summary of respondents' feedback in agenda item 2B4 and whether there are any other significant issues raised by respondents that should be considered. Thank you.
Any other things that the project team needs to be aware of as we move towards finalization here? Okay, no comments?
Then moving on to effective date. Question 6 asks if implementation period of approximately 12 months after the PIOB's process of certification of the final narrow scope amendments would provide a sufficient period. This was proposed since there is a public interest benefit of aligning the effective date of IAASB's proposed narrow scope amendments with the effective date of the revised code provisions related to using the work of an external expert. A substantial majority of the respondents that responded to the question agreed with the proposed implementation period. And the project team considered the format to express the effective date of the narrow scope amendments and proposed to use beginning on or after. If you could see the top right-hand side of the slide or paragraph 75 in agenda item 2, we have the wording. So subject to the board's approval at this September meeting and PIOB's certification in January 2026, the project team proposes that narrow scope amendments to IAASB standards arising from the ISSB using the work of an external expert project are effective for audits and reviews of financial statements for periods beginning on or after December 15, 2026, and other assurance and related services engagements beginning on or after December 15, 2026. With that, I would like to hand it back to Tom to ask the board whether they agree with the project team's summaries and the project team's recommendations on the effective date. And I did not touch on translation since the project team noted the respondents generally did not see major translation issues, but we would also want to hear if we've missed anything. So thank you.
And one other thing is we talk about 12 months after the PIOB certification, but in reality, the revised standard that would be submitted to the PIOB will be ready immediately after this meeting and available to the general public. So on the presumption that it will be certified. Amara.
Just a quick comment, although I do agree with the reasoning to have all this, but in the outreach, they asked me to express the concern with translation. So that's normal. I guess it's not only Portuguese, but maybe Spanish, Chinese, and other language. But I do agree the reason is well written. So just a mention translation.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Okay, so this is our last slide. The way forward. So subject to the board's approval of this narrow scope amendments at this meeting, the project team will finalize the draft basis for conclusions and circulate it to the board for a fatal flaw review. And I also want to note that the draft of basis of conclusions is included in agenda item 2E. And subject to the outcome of the board's voting, the project team will obtain the board's feedback on whether there are any other significant matters that the project team should consider in finalizing the basis for conclusions, the draft basis for conclusions. And then, so subject to the PIOB certification, the final pronouncement will be published in January 2026, along with the basis for conclusions. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Great. Before summarizing, concluding, Tom, any observations from the PIOB on this discussion?
Oh, not this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my conclusion is there's nothing in this discussion today that would prevent us from approval. Later this week, the team will go back and reflect on your comments. And as promised earlier, you'll get a revised version of this no later than Wednesday evening. And we'll seek approval on Thursday. Any other comments? Okay, well done, team. Really good job. Thank you for all of that work. Good conversation. I think we've earned our break. We'll reconvene in this room at noon. The ISSB will join us then. Sue Lloyd will be with us. So thank you very much and enjoy your break. Can we all start getting back to our seats, please? Hi, Sue. We're just gathering post-break. Wendy? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Sue, for being with us again. Hope all is well and good evening, wherever you are. I assume it's evening, but it's great to have you back with us. And we're looking forward to hearing about the work of the ISSB. At the ISSB. So many acronyms that sound so much alike. And also talking about opportunities for us to continue to collaborate. So, Sue, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you again today. So I was going to walk through what we're focusing on our side, make a few comments about areas of potential collaboration, and then really pleased to take any questions or comments from your side. So if we move to the first slide, to state the obvious for the audience that I'm talking to, but it's always useful to start with the sort of background. We see you, the IAASB, and also ISSB as really important partners for us in the collective mission that we're all working on at the moment, which is to make sure that we work to have the standards in place that really support the provision of high quality information about sustainability, which, looking at our standards, would enable investors to feel they've got the information they can rely on to make informed investment decisions. And so if you go to the next page, that's not our role per se, to ask for assurance or to set out the framing of assurability or assurance, but we want there to be high quality information. And so from our side, we're always trying to make sure that our standards are capable of giving rise to information that can be verified and assured. We are very focused on ensuring that the information that we ask for is both information which is expected to be necessary for investors to understand their investment decision making when it comes to sustainability related risks and opportunities, and also that the particular pieces of information that are provided are the pieces of information that are material using the definition that we know and love from financial reporting. So the information that could reasonably be expected to actually influence an investment decision. So we use the same definition as our sister board at the IAASB, although of course the particular information that might need to be provided could differ given that the context is different, the context of sustainability reporting. And like the IAASB, we set out guidance to explain and ask for information about what assumptions and uncertainties companies have had to deal with in pulling the information together, and we hope that that supports the audit assessment of the assurance of the information that's reported. So hopefully we put the framing in place that supports your work. And on the next page, an important part of what we ask for in our standards and in the reporting that people provide is similar to the financial statements, an explicit assertion of compliance with the requirements in the standards, that somebody can't say that they've complied with the ISSB standards unless they've complied with all of the requirements that are in place. But we do have some important reliefs, if you like, from that need to provide information over and above the materiality that I've already talked about. We do say that if a law or regulation prohibits the provision of information, or if it's commercially sensitive, in the case of opportunities, using the definition of commercial sensitivity that we have in our standards, that information need not be provided, and a company can still assert compliance with our standards. So I think that's all just useful background for the underpinnings in our standards, which are really relevant as assurers come along and look at the information that's provided. And it's good for us now to start seeing some ISSB reports in the market, and indeed to see some of them being subject to assurance. Now, moving on to one of the really important projects that we have had at the ISSB this year, and this is work that we have done, which is similar to work that the IAASB has done in the past, which is providing information for the market about the state of adoption of our standards around the world as we move forward with this new type of sustainability reporting. And so on the next slide, we have a list of the 36, I think there's 36 on the slide. There's actually 37 jurisdictions now because Nepal has been added to the list but isn't on the slide. This is all of the jurisdictions around the world who have either made a final decision to use our standards or are in the process of consulting and making decisions about the use of our standards. So 37 jurisdictions, which you can see is across a whole range of different types of jurisdictions, emerging markets and developing economies, as well as developed economies, and representing more than 66% of global GDP and more than 60% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So really good uptake in our standards. But what we've been working on this year is set out on the next page. And this is a big exercise that we went through this year to provide more colour about those names on that slide that I just set out and talked about. So we have provided now jurisdictional profiles, which are available on our website, to make sure that those interested in understanding the use of our standards around the world have got a sort of formal source of information to enable them to understand what's happening in these different jurisdictions. This was a big piece of work, I would say, from my side, not least because underpinning each of the documents that we have on our website is a series of bilateral discussions that we've undertaken with the jurisdictions that are the subject of this information to make sure that we understand correctly what we think is happening in the jurisdiction, to form the basis for what we describe. And also we have got third parties to review the content of these documents to ensure that they are accurate. So we worked with the audit firms essentially to confirm the content of these standards. So now if you go to our website, there's a dedicated section on our website which sets out the information about these different jurisdictions. So if you move on to the next slide, what you will find on our website is a set of profiles and snapshots, which I'll talk about in a second, but 33 of these profiles and snapshots were posted on our website in the middle of this year. And some people ask us, why we do this, what's the role of the IFRS Foundation in terms of providing this information in the market. And really we see this as part of our role in supporting transparency. We really want to make sure that there's clear information in the market, particularly for investors who have told us they really want to understand what's happening in different jurisdictions, so they know when valid comparisons can be made and information that comes out of different jurisdictions, and they just don't have the time to dig into this detail. So it's particularly with investors in mind that we've put this information on our website, but also it's helpful for regulators, including those who are in the process of looking at what they will do in their jurisdiction to see what others have done. And also it's helpful for companies preparing information to know the extent to which, if they are subject to different jurisdictional requirements, they can indeed use the same information to meet those different requirements. So, and it's been very well received, the transparency included in this information. Now, on the next slide, we have, potentially confusingly, two different types of sets of information that we've included on our website about what's happening in jurisdictions. We have more detailed documents, which we call profiles, which we have used in the case of 17 different jurisdictions where they've actually finalised their decisions, both on what information is required to be reported, but also which companies need to provide the information and when they need to provide that information. So when all of those sort of three questions, what information, who, and when those three questions have been answered, then we have prepared a profile. So that's the case for 17 jurisdictions. For another 16 jurisdictions who haven't got to the final point, and that could be because they've issued standards, but they still need to make decisions on which companies need to apply them and when. So for example, that's the case in Japan, or where they've put out exposure drafts, but they haven't yet finalized the requirements, but we've got a good idea of what's in the requirements. We've set out snapshots, and we did this just so that we get more information about the rate of progress and the direction of travel in a number of different jurisdictions. And so there's 16 snapshots on the website. Moving on to the next slide, if you look at what we actually include in the jurisdictional profiles, there's some, really important pieces of information. And some of you may have been lucky enough to have read our inaugural jurisdictional guide. In that jurisdictional guide, we set out the key features that we would look at in jurisdictional requirements when we describe the approach to the use of our standards that's used in a particular jurisdiction. So, for example, which entities in the jurisdiction need to report, what's the timing of the reporting, whether the reporting is only on climate or whether it's on climate and other sustainability-related risks and opportunities, whether there's any extensions of relief. So, for example, how quickly do companies need to report on topics beyond climate, so that we can really assess for key features of the reporting, just how similar is it to a full adoption approach, which would be an approach where the majority of the publicly accountable entities in a jurisdiction are being required to use the standards as issued by the ISSB, or just how close are you? And we have a number of different descriptions that we use that are assessed based on the features, which are analysed and are set out in these jurisdictional profiles and snapshots. On the next page, one of the other things that we have in these documents, which is a bit different to what the IAASB has in their profiles, simply because of the state of maturity, is that we essentially describe two different things in the jurisdictional profiles. Firstly, we describe what the current approach is. So if you're in that jurisdiction today, what are you currently required to do? And therefore, how would you describe the jurisdiction based on the current requirements? So for example, in Brazil at the moment, the reporting entities are permitted to use the ISSB standards. So the current approach in Brazil is a permission to use the standards. But we also set out the target approach. So what's already in the legislation or has been sort of announced by the jurisdiction in terms of where they're heading. So the target approach, for example, in Brazil is that at a future date, there will be a requirement for companies to use the ISSB standards. In other circumstances, while there isn't a definitive decision yet on when that would be the case, if there's a targeted approach to use our standards in the future, that target is outlined as well as the current approach. So what we're trying to do here is to make it really clear to those reading these documents what's the status of reporting today and what's going to happen in the future, because we really want to show the momentum and the sort of trajectory toward the adoption of the ISSB standards in the future. So those two different perspectives are set out, and over time we'll clearly be updating the current approach and the target approach as new decisions are made or as milestones in the reporting journey are reached. Now, on the next slide, something that should be of interest to you is one of the things that we ask jurisdictions to confirm and that we've set out in the profiles and snapshots is we've included information about assurance. What did we learn about assurance? So have decisions been made in a jurisdiction about what level of assurance would be required? have decisions been made about which entities would be subject to those requirements, and have decisions been made about the level of assurance required? So is it limited assurance? Is it reasonable assurance? And does it sort of get phased in over time? In some markets, for example, we're seeing the assurance requirements on some aspects of greenhouse gas emissions kicking in earlier than assurance on other parts of the sustainability disclosures. So I think also really interesting information that came into the profiles, because we know it's of interest to people, that the status of assurance decisions and timing of those assurance requirements is part of what we include in the document, along with information about other things such as any digital reporting requirements. So I think over time it will be a good area for us to be in touch with one another in terms of keeping an eye on this direction of travel in terms of the assurance requirements related to reporting using the ISSB standards around the world. So that was one big piece of work that's been really important to support the adoption and transparency around adoption of our standards around the world that I thought I'd start with highlighting. So moving on now to the next thing that we have been spending a lot of time on at the ISSB, and you might remember from when I've talked to you before that this is our number one priority at the ISSB, really to make sure that we are doing what we need to do to support high quality use of our standards and understanding of our standards around the world. So I just wanted to highlight a few things that we have been doing there. So we've been doing quite a lot of work on educational materials, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. We've also been doing quite a bit of work on capacity building, which I'll talk about again in a moment. And of course, we have our digital taxonomy to support digital reporting of and tagging of information using our standards, which we continue to think is a really important part of the ecosystem to ensure we have good, efficient digital consumption of information for investors. And we've also done something which, as a standard setter, always makes me a little nervous, but we said we'd do it if we had to. And that was to actually put out an exposure draft to make some targeted enhancements to IFRS S2, our climate standard, where we had received some feedback from preparers on a few aspects of the greenhouse gas emissions disclosures where there were challenges that we had not been aware of at the time that we issued the standard. And we always said that if we had to, we'd be brave and responsible standard setters and be willing to make targeted amendments. And through our transition implementation group, we got some questions that we thought warranted that. So you may have seen we had issued a narrow scope document with some very targeted amendments on some very particular aspects of measurement of greenhouse gas emissions and disclosures around Category 15 financed emissions for Scope 3 disclosures. And we're working hard to try to get those amendments finished before the end of the year because preparers using our standards around the world need these reliefs and changes to assist them in using our standards. So I was pleased we got that out, although it always makes you nervous as a standard setter amending a new standard. The other thing that's out for comment at the moment, and I'm afraid I didn't have it on my slides, so I'm just going to mention it while I present, is a really important exposure draft on enhancements to our industry-based standards, our ISSB standards. We have an exposure draft which is out for comment at the moment until I think the end of November, which proposes enhancements to 9 industry standards in our suite of standards, and as some consequential amendments to another 41 ISSB standards on some topics related to nature, climate and human capital. And what we're doing here for the first time is asking our global stakeholders to take a deep dive into the 9 industries that we have focused on in the ISSB standards to confirm that from a global perspective, the things that we've identified as the important risks and opportunities for our extractive industries and our processed food industries resonate globally. Have we identified the topics that are front of mind for investors? Do we have the right disclosures? Do companies and investors recognize the industries in their jurisdiction? And so we're working to enhance those ISSB standards, which of course are used when you report using IFRS S1. So that's really important. But moving on, sorry, I haven't been telling you when to move slides. If we move on to slide 15, actually, I was going to talk about some of the recent educational material. And perhaps this is of relevance to you as you sort of think about your trajectory moving forward. I think we've produced much more educational material than I might have predicted when we first issued S1 and S2, which I think just really highlights how many new issues there are because of this new type of reporting. Also, how many people are new to sustainability reporting and new to sustainability reporting that's investor focused. And that's giving rise to lots of questions. And so that has meant that we've decided that it would be helpful if we were more active than perhaps has typically been the case on the educational material front. And we have issued quite a few different documents. Some of them are really explaining some of the key requirements in our standards. So for example, we provide relief for companies where they have got fewer resources or perhaps less information available in their market using proportionality mechanisms. And we've put out webcasts to explain the mechanisms we have in our standards. Similarly, we allow companies just to report on climate in the first year they use our standards. And we say you have to use the relevant paragraphs in our general S1 standard to do that. We have a piece of educational material to explain which paragraphs we mean that you should use. So those are a couple of examples of where we really just provide some more information about what our standards mean and how to apply them. We've also received a lot of questions about how, when we reference the greenhouse gas protocol to measure greenhouse gas emissions, how that interaction works with the ISSB standards. And that led us to publish this greenhouse gas emissions disclosure requirements educational material that hums a few more bars on how to use the GHG protocol in conjunction with the ISSB standards, which came from a lot of questions we got on that. We also took the work of the Transition Plan Task Force and took their disclosure materials and built IFRS educational materials. So this is transition plan guidance to explain how to provide information about the plans that a company has to either reduce greenhouse gas emissions or to make their business more resilient as a result of climate change. And so that transition plan guidance is designed to help people use our climate standard and to provide good, high quality, comparable disclosures about their planning. Also, we've just published some extra information about how to use the anticipated financial effects requirements in our standards, what the expectations are and why that's important, including because this is a topic that has come up in the work that the European standards setters are doing in the omnibus discussions. So you can see here lots of materials on how to apply the standards. So we'd be very keen to talk to you where you see the need for materials that intersect between our requirements and your assurance requirements, but also I would anticipate that you might also get questions as you have new standards in this space. Moving on to the next slide, one of the things that we've also been doing is to make sure that we are thinking about different ways to help people understand our requirements and materials and different ways of engaging. So I mentioned the educational material. Mostly that's written materials that we have produced or webcasts or videos that we've produced to reach out to stakeholders. In addition to that, we are speaking in a lot of different events, our own, but third-party events as well. And something that we've spent time on this year, which is something we haven't done historically at the IFRS Foundation, at least not so much directly, is developing some 101, we call them preparer readiness materials, which are two-day events where a member of staff and a board member is actually presenting to preparers, regulators, and investors to walk through key requirements in our standards. We've been doing that because of the just the volume of questions and the need for good understanding of our standards to get this reporting off to a good start. We've done some of that in combination with IFAC, and we're in the process of further building out these materials so that we can work with partners to help in the delivery of this, because given the size of our organization, we're not going to be able to do all of that directly, but we really do think this foundational training, which walks through the key requirements in the standards, is important. We also, of course, have our Knowledge Hub, which I've talked to you about in the past, which includes our own materials and third-party materials. And we are working with others to embed our standards into curriculums and educational volumes. The last thing I'd mention on the capacity building front is we've had enormous ask for information, not just the standards, but also our educational material to be available in different languages, which of course reflects the breadth of jurisdictions that I mentioned that are using our standards around the world. So we're working with partners around the world to see how much we can have translated on a timely basis to support those capacity building needs. I think the last thing I'd just mention in terms of key things that we are focusing on at the moment is interoperability. Of course, our work with both GRI, who I think you're talking to later this week, and the European standards is really, really important because we're interested to ensure that we are finding ways to make this ecosystem efficient, to reduce the cost of reporting for companies that need to use both our standards and either the GRI standards or ESRS for their reporting to broader stakeholders. In that regard, on the next slide, we were really, really pleased at the end of June to be able to work closely with GRI, with their standard setting board, the ISSB, to make sure that when it came to climate disclosures on the non-trivial task of measuring greenhouse gas emissions, that we were able to work with GRI for them to grant equivalence, which means that a company that uses IFRS S2 can use the disclosures and the measurement that it uses of greenhouse gas emissions, and that will be accepted as meeting the requirements in the GRI standards for reporting on greenhouse gas emissions. Now that sort of sounds small, but it's huge, because what it means is that if you're a company using both the GRI standards and ISSB standards, you only need to do the measurement and prepare the disclosures on greenhouse gas emissions once using the ISSB's materiality filter, and that will be taken as being compliant with the GRI standards, which is a huge saving of cost and effort for companies reporting on climate using both sets of standards. So we were really very, very pleased to be able to achieve that. Now we're working hard on the next slide with our friends in the EU to see if we can build on the great work that we did together as we published the original ESRS standards and the ISSB standards. We, of course, worked hard to ensure that we were reducing the risk of duplication in reporting for companies using both sets of standards, and we documented that in an interoperability guide. We were pleased that when the Commission announced that they were going to look at enhancements to ESRS as part of the omnibus package, that they specifically said one of the things they wanted to do was to look for opportunities to further improve the interoperability between ESRS and global sustainability reporting standards. And so we have had some exchanges with EFRAG towards that, and really hope that we can all use this opportunity to further improve interoperability here. If you look at the next slide, from our perspective, when we look at interoperability with Europe, we still think that the ideal position to be in would be essentially for there to be an equivalence arrangement which would enable the ISSB standards to be used to meet essentially the financial materiality piece of the double materiality jigsaw under ESRS, so that a company could use the ISSB standards and then add on identified incremental disclosures to the extent that Europe identified extra impact material information that they think is required. And we could use the interoperability guide as a starting point for that. That would just simplify things, because it would mean that you wouldn't need to look between the two sets of words to try to ensure you're compliant. Rather, you could use the ISSB and top it up. So that's our dream. In the absence of equivalence, we do need to have a situation where companies need to navigate between two sets of standards to ensure that they are compliant with both ISSB and ESRS standards. And that would need to be reworked based on what is in the draft standards with ESRS. We're pleased to see some improvements in terms of interoperability. For example, ISRS has proposed that they would permanently allow the use of our industry-based IAASB standards to help meet the requirement for entity-specific information in Europe, which would be good. That's in the proposals. But there's quite a few new aspects of the materials which would give rise to new questions on interoperability that we would need to look at, which we've flagged to EFRAG. And the thing that we're very focused on is that whereas at the moment we both ask for quantitative information on anticipated financial effects, which is a really important part of the information investors want to really understand the prospects for a company in the future, there is a proposal in ESRS to make quantitative information optional, which we're concerned would reduce the quality of information provided to investors and also upset interoperability. So we are talking a lot to European stakeholders about that, and that's a key aspect of what we're focusing on in the discussions with EFRAG and the Commission. And with that, Tom, I think I'll stop there and leave it open for questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions and comments? Bill, were you about to raise it? Bill?
Thanks, Sue. There's a lot that you've produced there, and I'm sure it's accessible to us all to go and read. One of the things we struggle with our processes is overloading our users with the standards. How do you make the decision, and you mentioned you have targeted amendments, how do you make the decision to stay stable for a little while and provide implementation material versus the tougher call of going back and making targeted amendments? And in making that decision, what feedback are you getting from your stakeholders?
Yeah, thank you. Super important question. And this was where we spent a lot of time with the board in terms of making sure that we felt confident that we were getting that balance right between the risk of disruption, which can be, unhelpful despite our best intentions, versus the benefits of the proposed amendments. So that was specifically what we looked at in terms of the discussion we had with the board. Now, what we did as part of that decision making was we went back and looked at history to see circumstances when the IAASB had decided that it was worthwhile to open a new standard early in its life. And we looked at the criteria that they used and we built on that. And what the IAASB very much focused on was, what are the real benefits of what you're proposing here? How much of a relief is it? How necessary is the relief? And what are the risks of disruption? And is that balance correct? And also, to what extent would you reduce the usefulness of the information provided to investors and really wanting to not upset that investor perspective? So that was the balance that we were trying to focus on here. The other thing that we did, to your point, was we really took a hard look at whether there was another way to address the problems that have been raised that didn't require changing the standard. So was it possible to produce educational material or some sort of implementation guidance to provide the help and the support that the market needed without actually amending the standard? And our conclusion was no, that really it was pretty clear what the standard required in these cases, and that thing was harder than what we'd anticipated. So if we wanted to address it, the sort of answer was we do need to make an amendment to the standard. We then said, okay, if we make this amendment, we're not significantly reducing the quality or negatively affecting the quality of the information for investors in our assessment. So that's okay. And then we had a look at what we were proposing to change. And one of the really important things about what we are proposing in this exposure draft was all of the changes that we have proposed were introducing reliefs. So if you were a company that didn't want to make a change, so you were far enough down your implementation process that you'd look at it and say, oh, great, thanks for that. That would have been nice a year ago, but I'm not going to do the rework now. I'll just keep going as I am. You could do that because the nature of the changes are reliefs that you could choose to disregard or use, and it wouldn't affect your ability to comply. And so that was the balance of things that we looked at and concluded, actually, on balance, this is a big relief for those who need it. Investors will be okay, and people can just avoid this disruption altogether by just choosing not to apply what is proposed here. And so that was the assessment we went through. And based on the letters that we've read and the analysis I've seen in the draft book, in the board papers that are posted for this month's meeting, and the initial analysis that we saw back in July, people thought we'd got the balance right, that the need for the change is justified, and we didn't really get concerns about us proposing changes to the standards now in terms of that signaling, quality issues or any of those sorts of things, which we also thought about, but rather it has been, I would say, really positively received that we were willing to, take the effort and do that, uncomfortable thing as a standard setter to provide that relief. But you're asking the exactly right question. That's exactly what we had to navigate through in terms of the logic to feel that we should propose it to the board, and that's exactly what the board focused on in their decision making.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom, and thank you, Sue. I really appreciate the content that you've shared. It's there's loads of good content, I think, as Bill mentioned. A couple of questions from me, please. The one on the jurisdictional profiles that you've put out. I think I saw there were 17 of them, and you mentioned that they now also include some assurance content. Is there anything in those? I haven't read all 17 of them. Is there anything in those which is providing support for other assurance standards that we should be aware of, just so that we've kind of got some awareness of, okay, so ISSB has been adopted, but it's not 3,000 or 5,000 that they've got in mind for the assurance of the frameworks. That was the one. We're in the stage of trying to get 5,000 adopted in as many jurisdictions as possible. From your experiences getting your standards adopted, what did you find was the most effective activities that you applied to get that adoption going, so that we can consider some of those in this stage where we're working? And then the last comment, just on the omnibus that you've got up on the slide. I mean, any activities that you have to get alignment, interoperability between the ISSB and the ESRSs, it's an obvious statement. It's just, greatly appreciated. The more closely those reporting standards can be aligned, the better it is from an interoperability, and really appreciate the work and effort that you've been putting in that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think on the assurance front, there's a variety of different approaches, and the example we have on the slide is Australia. I think, if I understand correctly, they were the first jurisdiction to confirm moving forward with your new standards, so congratulations. But I think there's a variety of different approaches. I think we can also see a variety in different approaches, not just in the standards being used, but in terms of how quickly assurance is introduced, and also which parts of the sustainability reporting are subject to assurance and when. So there's a real range of variability around the world, would be my main takeaway. In terms of adoption, I think what's been really apparent to me from our side, which I think would probably be relevant to you, is that having approaches which allow for things to be introduced in a measured way, I think helps. So one of the things that was really important to us in our conversations with jurisdictions and in the adoption guide generally is, and I've had to justify this, to be frank, in quite a few different forums, is, as the vice chair of the ISSB, why wouldn't I be saying to jurisdictions, you should adopt the standards, you should adopt it in full, you should adopt it for all your listed companies, and you should do it sooner rather than later. We could have done that, but we haven't done that. What we've really tried to do is to make sure that we've supported jurisdictions to really think carefully about what is sort of practical, realistic in their jurisdiction, like what pace of change can the jurisdiction take, which companies should things apply to, when should things like assurance be introduced, over what part of the information, what standards should be applied. I think having a practical eye to those conversations and thinking about ways in which you can support a measured introduction of the standards so that the ultimate punchline is that more jurisdictions are using the standards more completely, but perhaps there's a ramp up period, to the extent you can analogize to that. I think that's been a good approach. And it's been very good to see the amount of investor support for having patience for a more phased in approach to the use of the standards with the ultimate goal of having as much comparability as possible. So I think that analogy could be useful to you. So maybe thinking about that would be good. And also I think the educational material has been a part of what's helped here, because the more that jurisdictions, the regulatory authorities, but also the companies and others in the jurisdiction feel confident that they understand what's asked, and the more they feel confident that if they're really stuck, the standard setter really is going to be there to help, I think the more confident people are to join the party, to use a technical term. They feel more comfortable that they're entering a system where they understand what's happening, they understand the rules of the game, and there's empathy for the journey you need to be on. So I think that the approach to being pretty well connected to the market and pretty responsive has been helpful from my side. So I'd think about that as well.
Thank you. Makika?
Thank you so much for your presentation, and it was good to see you when you came to Japan. One comment and one question. The first comment is I really appreciate your collaboration with our board, especially the jurisdictional progress you presented and also Neil mentioned. Because that is very, I think from a jurisdictional stakeholders perspective, that is very helpful to provide the information together. Yes, and then, this is one comment. And my question is that I think as you presented, ISSB is of course created to serve investors' decision making. Yes, and then how investors use sustainability information is more diverse than the use of financial information. That is, I'm observing as a preparer of it. And I think this may be different. I think investors' use of sustainability information is very different among the investors' strategy or investors' time horizon or active or passive, etc. So in the assurance context, I think it's very important to have a common view on what investors care about among practitioners, preparers, and the regulators, and of course with investors. So is there anything that you can advise to assurance providers or maybe to our board to understand more granular view of investors in terms of sustainability information, how they use and the difference? Because I think when you're preparing, creating your standard, I think you have a lot of interactions with them. And if going forward, it's really appreciated if we could collaborate further to facilitate this common understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, and nice to see you. I think this is clearly one of the things that we're all working together to get used to, including from a company perspective, because of course investors, even when it comes to financial statements, might be interested in different information and put different sort of weight on it, but it's even more probably diverse when it comes to sustainability information. So it's a judgment area for sure. When we prepare our standards, we are of course informed by investor feedback, and we get a lot of investor feedback and are very engaged investors compared with what I have seen sometimes in the past in standard setting. So I think that in itself gives a good read for what information might be material, subject to entity specific considerations, but I think it gives a good basis for the initial understanding. And then I think over time, we're going to need to work together collectively to, learn and understand and see how the investor information needs develop, and also learn from what we see companies deciding to report, given that many companies are seeking as one of the stakeholders that they're engaging with to understand investors' information needs. But I think it's going to be a process over time, and I don't have any quick fixes for you, I'm afraid.
Nancy?
Thanks, Tom. So thank you for that presentation. That was very comprehensive, and we can see that a lot of work has gone, up to this particular point. So 2 questions, if I may. The first one is about the jurisdictional profile. My colleagues have sort of highlighted the fact that there's also assurance content in there. Just wondering what your evergreen plan might be, because currently you're looking at 17. You've got the current status, and then there's target status that they might want to get to. So things are evolving as we speak, right? So what's the plan to evergreen them? Because otherwise they get outdated fairly quickly, I would imagine. So that's one question. The other one is, it seems to me that as you engage with stakeholders, the whole question of reporting and assurance, they go hand in hand. In other words, having good information is important, but that information needs to be reliable and trustworthy, and hence the assurance aspect. So just wondering whether there are opportunities for synergy between the 2 standard setting boards in terms of the communication aspect, to help people understand the importance of having a good reporting framework, but also think about the need for assurance services around that. So just wondering what your views might be on that.
Yeah, on the first one, first it's going to be a big job keeping our eye on the evergreening, because we do want to make sure that the profiles are, relevant and up to date. So we will be seeking to make sure that we are keeping an eye on changes that are happening in jurisdictions, but we're also going to need to rely on the jurisdictions to notify us and others in the market to let us know if there's changes, which is a process that, we have tried to do on the accounting side. But the intention is to try to keep these up to date over time using market information and our direct sort of contractual relationships with jurisdictions and our relationships with regulators. So that's the plan there. In terms of opportunities, I think there are real opportunities for us to think about messaging. I know for sure that whenever I'm out talking about our standards, I'm often asked about my views on assurance. I'm often asked, whether or not we require, limited or reasonable assurance. I'm spent a lot of my life explaining that that's not my job, that that's your job and jurisdiction's job to look at that. But I always say that we have a very keen interest in what happens on the assurance front, because we've done all of this work to try and support high quality information that will meet investors' information needs. And for it to have the level of trust and robustness that we all want, assurance is a really important piece of the jigsaw. So it's always a piece of how we describe the importance of assurance, the relationship between our organizations, and the relevance of assurance requirements to support our standards. Because we could do a lot of work, companies could do a lot of work, and then it's not going to meet needs if it's not trusted. And I would be very happy to think about whether there's other opportunities for us to reinforce that mutual relationship between us, support one another's adoption. I think that's something that is of real interest, hopefully for you as well as for us. And also, I am keen to make sure that as we see more reporting using our standards, and as we see the evolution in assurance, and as we see your standards coming on board, that where we spot that there's particular questions in the first instance, or challenges more extremely in terms of what we might ask for or what you might ask for, that we take the opportunity to exchange notes to make sure that we are aware and thinking about whether there's ways we can help with educational materials, or there's other things that we need to be aware of. And for sure, one of the things I'm doing at the moment is that when companies are publishing their ISSB aligned reports, and if it's subject to assurance, I'm taking opportunities to try and see if I can reach out to some of the parties that have been involved in the assurance, just to see if I can understand, what questions came out, what the trickiest areas are, looking for opportunities to learn. So I'd be very happy to have conversations about how we could connect the dots there. I think that would be mutually beneficial.
Amara?
Thank you, Tom. Nice to see you, Sue, again. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Excellent. And I just want to make reference to the comments by Neil and Nancy regarding assurance and sharing a little bit what we did in Brazil. So what we managed to have was to somewhat work with regulators to, at the moment they required application of IFRS S1 and S2, at the same regulation, they required assurance and reasonable assurance. So in a sense that promotes the same level of assurance for the whole country, because one of the biggest issue, I guess, everywhere is talent. It's really skilled people to not only to prepare a sustainability report, but also to audit them. So when they did that, we managed to have this in advance, because from 2026, listed companies and largest banks are going to provide a sustainability report, or to also have to provide limited assurance. So it's a challenge for everyone. And I really commend the work we did with the interoperability. Difficult word for me to say, but it's very important, especially for countries like Brazil, where we decided to use IFRS S1 and S2. So sustainability reporting will be the ones issued by ISSB. And then Brazilian companies that do operate eventually in other countries that have a different framework, that could be very challenging in the first place, of course, and the cost benefit, it's not positive. Another point that is very important is the education material that is being made available by ISSB because of this lack of skilled people, and they need to really facilitate capacity building in the country. That is very important. So far, in Brazil, two companies, two among the largest companies, one mining and another in fashion and lifestyle, they did publish voluntarily sustainability reporting in accordance with S1 and S2 with limited assurance, because it's still voluntary. But 2026, all of them, if listed, they will have to publish, and with reasonable assurance. So we are in the process of adopting through translation and all the due process ISA 5000 in Brazil as well.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom, and thank you, Sue, for the presentation. I've just got one question about the relationship between ISSB and IPSASB. So as we know, public sector in most countries, probably up to 40% of the GDP. Public sector is quite significant globally. So, and IPSASB, of course, on the IAASB side, uses a lot of IFRS as a base for their public sector accounting standard. I just wondered what the relationship is there to date, and are there plans to maybe expand the relationship with IPSASB going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we've worked closely with the IPSASB since they've decided to start working on sustainability reporting. So I've been directly engaged with them, and the staff have been talking to the staff. So their exposure draft that they put out last year built on S2 for climate reporting, and they're in the process of their redeliberations now. So based on sort of discussions so far, essentially we're trying to sort of replicate that similar relationship that they have with the IAASB in terms of looking to the ISSB as a basis for reporting, and that's working quite well. So we're working quite closely with them.
Any other questions or comments for Sue? Sue, again, thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for always pointing out the relevance and importance of assurance and building trust in ISSB reports. And I just will turn it over if you have any final things you'd like to say to the board.
No, just thank you very much for the opportunity. I really do see this as an important partnership. Our standards are only as good as the quality of the information and the trust that's placed in it. So thanks for the cooperation so far, and looking forward to continuing the conversation as we work out how we can work together to get a good outcome here for the market. So thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and we certainly feel the same way. Okay, so that'll bring this session to conclusion. We will go into break now and then reconvene at 2 p.m. With a 5:40 team at the table. So thank you for a good morning into early afternoon sessions, and I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you, Sue. Thank you all. Okay, this is the 2-minute warning. Okay, can we get seated, please?
Oh, is this still yours?
Yeah, but that could be. Okay, welcome back. Good afternoon again. We're gonna turn our attention now to ISO 540 post-implementation review. See Dan and Isabel at the table, ready to go. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom. So I'll be going through the presentation, but Dan, please chime in anytime. You were part of the development of ISO 540, so you know a lot more than some of us at the table, or the majority of us at the table weren't there at that time. So yeah, please do speak up if I miss anything. Okay, so the team for the post-implementation review project is me and Dan. So we're both working on it. The post-implementation review, if you recall, during the March executive session, was changed a bit in the schedule. So we are now starting on the post-implementation review of ISA 540, as opposed to waiting until 2026 to do 315 and 540 at the same time, just because of some change in the pace of the project. So we were able to start this one. One thing I want to mention is the close collaboration that we are having with IAASB. So IAASB is currently doing their post-implementation review, or their plan for the post-implementation reviews of NOCLAR and the restructuring of the code. So we are working together to make sure that our plans are largely aligned. And also we are developing a framework to really build on the post-implementation review and putting some structure on post-implementation review at the standard setting boards level. So for both boards to follow and have a more consistent approach to it. We are not right now presenting the framework. That will be probably next meeting, or that's our intention, is that next board meeting, we're going to present the framework. What we agreed with IAASB is we were going to present the plan for ISA 540 revised. They are this week presenting their plan for the post-implementation reviews of their two projects, so NOCLAR and restructuring of the code. And based on the feedback that we both received, we are going to be developing a framework that that takes into account all the comments that we're going to receive. So really today we're focusing on the post-implementation review plan for ISA 540 revised. So like I mentioned, most of us were not involved during the development of ISA 540 revised. So we thought that we would spend a little bit of time today to just go over some of the key aspects of ISA 540, just to set the stage and make sure that everyone is kind of at the same place with regards to the standard. So ISA 540 was driven, or the revision to ISA 540 was driven by a few important factors. So accounting estimates had become a lot more complex in the latest financial reporting. So there was IFRS 9 that came out around that time as well, which brought some complexity to the topic. There was also a lot of inspections report highlighting the weaknesses on how auditors were addressing estimates in the financial reporting. So highlighting the fact that their auditors may not be challenging management enough, overlooking some bias. So a lot more, some works to be done on the professional skepticism. Thirdly, there are some stakeholders, such as investors, that ask for stronger requirements and also transparency and communication. So that's because of all that, there was a project to revise ISA 540 to really strengthen the auditing of accounting estimate. So in 2015, the project started and ED was approved in March 2017, with the final draft approved in June 2018 for audits, and with the effective date of audits for periods beginning on or after December 15, 2019. So basically the 2020 audits. So with that date, that means that currently there's 5 audit cycle that has been done using ISA 540 revised. So when we're looking at those dates, so approved in June 2018, effective 2020, it's a bit overlapping with ISA 315 revised 2019. And the board at the time really recognized the interplay between the two standards. So there was a lot of coordination between the two task forces because they needed to make sure that the clarity, the consistency between the two standards were on point. They both address risk assessment. There's a lot of interplay with them, so there was a collaboration. It was also, the goal was to reduce as much as possible the conforming amendments to ISA 540 when ISA 315 revised 2019 came out. So that was really the objective of that close coordination. So some of the key enhancements that the standard brought, there was a lot regarding risk assessment. So I was talking about the interoperability with ISA 315 revised 2019. So there was a stronger emphasis on the spectrum of inherent risk and also the inherent risk factors. So there was the requirements for auditors to explicitly consider the complexity, the estimation, uncertainty, and the subjectivity when assessing the risk of an audit of an accounting estimate. There was a separate assessment for inherent risk and control risk that was brought up in ISA 540 revised, and also an enhanced risk assessment procedures with an emphasis on internal controls and controls around accounting estimates. A lot of scalability was built too into the standard, so we could apply to both simple and high or more highly complex estimates. A third point was about the more objective-based requirement. So really, auditors need to understand the management method, the assumption, the data. And there was also some point on developing their own, when auditor needs to develop their own estimate or a range of estimates. So that's included in ISA 540 revised. A new standback requirement to evaluate if the auditors have obtained sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. A stronger focus on professional skepticism and the risk of management bias, and also enhanced requirements around transparency, like so communication and disclosures. In addition to the revisions to ISA 540, the IAASB had developed many non-authoritative materials during the implementation phase of that project. So in addition to basis for conclusion and a fact sheet that we normally do, there was also flow charts, illustrative examples, presentation, briefing. So there's a lot of materials also to help auditors apply or implement the standard. So that's on the ISA 540 revised. Did I miss anything? No, that's great. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now the plan. So now that we've been using, or that the auditors have been using ISA 540 revised for 5 audit cycles, it was considered the time to look at post-implementation review. So really looking at, did the standard achieve what it was intended to be? So when we developed the plan for that post-implementation review, we did look at previous reviews that was done. So in particular, the auditor reporting one. We also look at the framework that has been developed by the IAASB with regards to post-implementation review. And we looked at the due process documentation that we have, as there was some information there on the post-implementation reviews. Like I mentioned at the beginning, we did coordinate with ISSB on how they build our plan to make sure that we are largely aligned so that our objectives are similar, the type of activities, the potential outcomes, all that. We have shared documents and had many discussions on that. So we have built the plan as you would have seen in agenda item 4A. The first item that we put there is the objective. So really the end goal is to determine if there's any further action from the IAASB or other parties to be taken so that the standard achieve its intended purpose. So really, like the first objective that we have is it consistently understood and implemented by the auditors. And then the second one is identify if there are practical challenges or concern that will require further action. In our plan, we're proposing a two-phase approach. So the first phase is currently happening right now. So we started in July 2025, and it will take us all the way to December. And the purpose of the initial phase is to really understand the environment that we are currently seeing right now. So it's understanding where are the areas that we will need to dig deeper in phase 2. To do that, we have performed targeted outreach. So we reach out to 3 different groups. So the firms, or we will reach out to the firms. We will go to the former firms. We have a session in October. We have reached out to the JSS to understand what they're seeing right now as the benefit and challenges of the standard. And we also looking at the regulators, the reports that are available online. We selected those 3 groups because they are closely working with the standard. We do want to hear from other stakeholders. However, we thought that could be done at the public consultation phase, so the second phase, because our goal right now is really just to understand the key areas of where there might be some challenges. We thought that those 3 groups were sufficient to meet that purpose. We're also we've looked at the basis for conclusion, or looking right now at some research paper that were provided by Warren and also Christelle. Yeah, she's here. Yeah, so thank you. So we got some research paper to look at also to inform our development of our survey. So at the end of phase 1, we will have a survey with questions developed that will be part of phase 2. So really we'll send it out to the public. People will be able to answer some detailed questions. And if we need to, we'll do some additional targeted outreach to really understand what are the root causes of some of the issues and go deeper on the challenge areas. In the end, the goal is to determine if further actions are required to resolve those issues. Yeah, so like I said, the possible output will be either further information gathering, if we need to do some standard setting activities. So if we determine that the root causes are really driven by the standard itself, it might be some additional guidance, or we might also ask other parties to help out in developing some other things. So the PAOs might be a resource that we can rely on. Or it could be that there's no further action. So with that, I think I'll pass it back to you, Tom, to get some feedback on the proposed plan.
Okay. Any comments and suggestions? Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. It's a good plan. I like it. I think it is good to have that two-step approach so that you can sort of fine-tune what you're going to explore more in terms of nuance and the like in that second phase. So I like it a lot. Nothing much to offer in terms of comments other than maybe looking for a little bit more clarity on the second part of your objective. So looking at it, what's the wording there? It talks about identifying how. It's just, I guess, the logical thinking. I think first and foremost, you have to pretty well identify what they are first, what's causing them, the root cause. Then you can get to how you would respond to them. So maybe if just to clarify that a little bit, but otherwise, really support the plan. Thank you.
Xiaoyu?
Thank you, Tom. And I like the plan too, and I support the two phases approach of this PIR. There's only one comment on maybe phase one, because the phase one, it's until I read the plan that when it talks about targeted outreach, which is not the words is not in the phase one. Actually, phase two is talking about additional targeted outreach. So I think that the suggestion is that we make it more specific in the phase one plan to actually put the targeted outreach there and to make it more clear. And the second observation is, I think it's very important that actually before we do the public survey or the public comment process, we collect sufficient information about the inspection findings. I see it's currently in the plan, but I mean the point I'm making here is whether we could make it clarified in the phase one description of the plan. So thank you.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Also supportive. My comment is, in fact, on the inspection findings. And the one thing I would just caution with inspection findings is that generally over time you see that the matters are related to performance issues and not necessarily standard issues. It doesn't mean that they're not inspection findings and that the firm needs to go back and rethink maybe methodology or whatever they need to do to put in place response to that. But I just feel that sometimes, particularly with estimates, it really is down to actually the engagement team perhaps not even complying with their own firm's policies and procedures. And let's not make changes to a standard, you know, that when it's really just about methodology or about performance itself. So caution heavily. And therefore, when you do actually do the survey as well, I think it's important to make this point very clear too, that, you know, we're not looking for performance issues necessarily unless we believe it's because of inconsistent interpretation of the standard, for example. Thank you.
Ada?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, I like the plan as well. So support for that. There was thoughts that in our outreach brought to my attention that the the question was raised to what extent inherent risk factors need to be somewhat brought together with what we're going to do in 315 starting a year later. Because the inherent risk factors as described in 540 fit within those of 315, but they clearly, the same thought process underlies them. And so I'm not sure what complexity we potentially could get into if we're gonna do stuff with the inherent risk factors and that have a knock-on effect. So if that discussion is going in that way, we need to start integrating it. Our outreach also pointed to the SAC input of working with academics and researchers. I did see a bullet on there, so as long as it's taken in that vein, great. And the other thing, last thing, is that I think, because we will learn quite a bit, and we'll discuss some of the implementation or some of the issues that are encountered in practice, but we will learn quite a bit of it. So to what extent are we taking the opportunity of what we learn here to actually help the standards in its applicability, and whether it's scalability or proportionality, or but there may be really good examples coming out of this in how to apply the standard, and are we then going to do something with it? So that's what is going to be the output, and I didn't see that particularly as output on your sheet. Thank you.
Joy, do you want to come in quickly?
Thank you, Tom. And thank you for the comments thus far. I just want to make clear that, so if you have any detailed comments on agenda item 4A, this is now the place to, because that's what we're discussing, is the detailed plan. Because I think to Josephine's point, in paragraph 5, we did highlight that it's going to be very important to make the distinction between, is this an application issue or is this a standards issue? And then I think there were some comments about the objectives as well, and we've already received some offline comments as well that we may need to look at just how we formulate the objectives. But this is the point. So if you want to delve into anything in detail in agenda item 4A, which is the post-implementation review plan, this is the time to do it, because I think in the issues paper we also said we can either decide based on today's discussion that's the plan, or we can maybe circulate it offline to the board for clearance, or we can bring it back to the December meeting.
Okay, Wendy.
Thank you, Tom. I'm not sure where to go with what you just said, Billy, because I was going to echo some of the same comments that were already made. Generally, great job, easy to read papers. Yeah, I think Nancy made the comment and somebody else did about objective 1, and maybe do we need the words root cause in objective 1, which was, I agree with that. The other comment that Edo made about 315, I did get in my research, reach out some questions as to whether or not the project should be done together with 315, because they're so intertwined. And it's only a year lag, so maybe we could figure out how to do that. On the inspection comments, which you can see publicly, either from IFER or the PCAOB, there do seem to be quite a bit of comments on estimates. Now, I just looked at it broadly, and I'm just wondering if in the reach out or ultimately in the consultation, we get a little bit more granular on the cause, because you had already mentioned there could be many different causes, but I think even in talking to the firms have all done root cause, so we should definitely ask them what came out of that, and some of the methodologies may already be changed, which happens the way that this cycle works. So I don't have, I can send in some written comments, but I think the themes that if the themes that you're hearing you need more information on, you'll tell us when you respond.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. I like the plan. I just wonder about the objective B, when you talk about identify how practical challenges and concerns are being addressed. And I wonder if we don't have here an opportunity to address the technological issues, because one of the things that we maybe hear about challenges is about technology and emerging technologies. Maybe we could add the explicit mention to technology in this objective. Thank you.
Amara?
Thank you, Tom. Also very supportive to the work, especially for the two-phased stage. I think it's very beneficial for us to understand a little bit the issues before going ahead with any real work. I also comment on the point already stressed by Josephine about the linkage between, or the separation between what's those performance problem or methodology problem and what is in the regulation. So in the outreach, and I did on this, I received from auditors in particular recommendation to consider potential comments for the exposure draft on ISA 240 because they saw potential connection eventually in comments for ISA 240. So just refer to other projects that might have comments that are much more aligned with the work that we are going to do here instead of being considered in others.
Kiko?
Thank you, Tom. Yes, actually, I have to comment on the agenda paper 4 in a potential challenge. Yes, the one thing is that about the point estimate, which I mentioned in 18A of agenda 4. And what I like to understand is that what we should address as an issue. This is the issue or maybe the fact, because in my understanding, in the current revised, current for 540, I think both range and point estimates are accepted in most cases, or it's accepted. So auditor don't need to use point estimate. So I think the current paper says it's potential challenge, so it's may not be a challenge, but and you will find out going forward. But if you feel it's an issue rather than the fact, I like to understand more context on that, because in my understanding currently, the range estimate is fine. Yeah, so that is one thing. The other thing is that about the use of expert in 18D. So especially in the last sentence, there is the challenge to gain access to test and document complex models. So this is very important, I believe, because entity use more technology for estimate, as written in another agenda. Yes, and it seems for me the sentence including two different issues. The first one is difficulty in gaining access to the information. And the second one is difficulty in understanding the model without experts. So yeah, when you will find a challenge, maybe it might be good to treat those issues separately, because the first one is maybe auditors can solve by having a contract or encouraging entity to have a contract with those experts, while the second issue will be more fundamental. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna put those comments in a holding pattern for a second, because we will turn to the challenges shortly. But that is sort of the next topic up. Okay, but we're not going to forget the comments. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. To just clarify, the point estimate challenge you want to hear later. Okay, cool. So overall, support it. I think really appreciate the time you've taken and the care to put the papers together. Looking really good. Then we think there's been a lot of improvement in the way that estimates are being audited. So difficult at first, but lots of improvement. I'd really encourage the survey to draw out what those learnings have actually been, rather than just the challenges that everyone's faced with, because I think those learnings will be just as important as the challenges. So just trying to balance it, that this isn't just a hunt for issues, but it's actually an opportunity to identify where those improvements have been. The next thing is just the interconnection with 315. The paper itself talks about 315. It goes back to 540 and 315 when they were developed, et cetera, et cetera. And so naturally, I think when you ask people about 540, they're going to tell you about 315. So I know we've now done these things, these post-implementation reviews separate. I don't know that your respondents are necessarily going to abide by the fact that because you want to have it separate, they're not going to tell you 315 things. So you're naturally going to get feedback related to 315 and inherent risks. And we need to just build that into our approach so that we're appreciative and understanding of that. On the timeline, I think I might be confused. I think the survey was going to go out in January. January is obviously a hot time for the auditors to be responding to things. And I think we are also planning to put the strategy and work plan questionnaire out at the same time. So just coordinating what the best timing is to be able to get this into the market if we're wanting people to really take the time to respond to you appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Neil, the point about 315 I think is an important one. It's like we won't stop people from commenting on it. At the same time, we shouldn't hold up the 540 post-implementation review for it as well.
And can we bring 315 earlier?
Well, that's another question altogether. Billy, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So the board may remember when we finalized the work plan, strategy and work plan for 2024 to 2027. At that point, we did actually anticipate doing them jointly. And then because of certain work plan decisions that we had to make at the end of last year, which the board discussed in March this year in executive session, and that was mainly driven by capacity and availability of resources, we split them. We separated them again. So now we've got the 540 post-implementation review running now, and then later the 315 post-implementation review. I do take the point that you said that if that is the way we're going to do it, we need to build that into our approach, because I do think 315. 315 is being applied to accounting estimates, and there was a lot of coordination in the development of the standards. But I take your point, and I think Ada raised the point about the inherent risk factors as well. I think there are going to be those top-level things that might be a good opportunity to also explore, because that could be also input to when we really get into 315. So those are all very good comments for us to take away, because I think in between there's a good answer. Also, remember the post-implementation review will come with recommendations. We can always look at the 315 one. We will discuss the forward agenda a little bit later this week. But it's also not that immediately after the post-implementation review, you're immediately going to jump into standard setting. You can also say, well, let's see, we get the recommendations from both of those and decide then what's the best way forward.
Okay, Neil.
I like the idea, Villy, of saying the one might build into the other, and make that super clear in the way that we're engaging to say we know that these are connected. We can see how they're built from each other. If you're wanting to respond to this, we'll take that into account. It's part of the plan, but just ignoring the fact that they're interrelated, I think we'll look ignorant.
Okay, right.
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to lend my weight to the plan. I like the plan, so well done to the staff. I just want to ask, I also like the coordination with ISSB and the idea of a joint, the staff of both, supporting both boards, coming up with a framework, an overarching framework for how we do these reviews in the future. I think that's we shouldn't just gloss over that. That's a significant step in the coordination journey we're on. So we should acknowledge that. I think it's an excellent step. I guess my question is, how do those two worlds collide for this plan? So is this just the normal way we would do the plan, or to what extent has it been influenced by ISSB's approach?
Okay. Isabel.
Well, to answer your question, Greg, so we did have a few discussions this summer about when we were building each other, like when we were building our plan, when they were building their plan. So we are largely aligned. We reviewed each other's paper as well. So we have been coordinating in those plans that we're looking at. And yeah, so I guess that's how it was done this summer. Just had a question to Wendy. When you were talking about objective 1, and so you were discussing if is maybe some refining of the objective. So we did hear a couple of other members talking about objective 2, but I would be interested in understanding a bit more what you were saying about objective 1. Or if you want to send them offline as well, like that'd be great. Oh.
Sorry, maybe I was talking about phase 1 and not, did I use the word objective 1? Sorry. Maybe I'll give you an answer offline. And while I have the mic, because Billy did, oh, did I take that from you? No, but Billy asked for some more detailed responses. So I wasn't sure if I was just going to give this to you offline, but I will tell you, I thought the response period was too short, that 120 days is probably better given some of the things that we're hearing here. And I thought, and I don't remember which consultation I saw this in, but I think it's good sometimes to separate questions between preparers, practitioners, regulators. I don't remember where I saw that, but I saw that in a recent consultation, and I thought that was really helpful, and I think helpful for when you get back the information to see that. So those were 2 detailed comments. I think that's what you were getting at, Billy.
Okay. Isabel, back to you.
Yeah, so we heard a couple of other suggestions that we'll definitely take into account. So the technology piece, the connection with other projects like ISSB 40, I think we're going to discuss this and try to build it in the plan as possible. Other than that, do you have any other thing you wanted to respond to, or?
No, nothing else to respond to. I think, I mean, just getting back for a moment to Billy's earlier comment in terms of the plan, I think what we've heard is there's some tweaking that might be helpful. But generally speaking, it sounds like the board is supportive of the overall approach, the 2-phased approach. I'd maybe only point out that there were some comments about outreach, and phase 1 of this plan is only intended to provide the foundation for the development of the survey and the public consultation, which is really phase 2, and phase 1 is targeted to end at the end of December. So there's not a whole lot of time for additional targeted outreach now, which is why, as Isabel mentioned, the plan in paragraph 13 refers to the fact that there will be additional targeted outreach activities that will be done, certainly with other stakeholder groups in addition to the 3 that we've targeted thus far. And in fact, there would be a richer outreach, because we will have the benefit then of the input, hopefully from the responses to the public consultation. I just wanted the board to remind the board about that as well.
Okay. Should we move on to the next?
Sure. So the next part of the paper was about some of the findings that we found in some of the information gathering activities that we have done over the summer. So there was not a lot like I said, we were targeting 3 stakeholders. So the firms that we're going to meet with them in October, we did send a request for information from GSS to understand where are the key challenge area, what are the benefits to or improvement, as for to Neil's point, like we should also highlight the fact that there was some good things that came out of ISA 540. And also we looked at a bit of the inspection report. We're going to continue on that during this fall. So some of the key findings that we found with the GSS or that were communicated to us from the GSS. And just want to highlight the fact that we were asking general questions. We did not ask deep dive, or we did not go back to the GSS to understand what do you think they mean, or we did not dig further than what we received, because that will be the objective of phase 2. So really focusing on some of the like the general areas, so the benefits. So a lot of GSS pointed out that there is an enhanced risk assessment procedure. They did see some improvement. The focused audit responses, so where the work effort is also, there was also a lot of responses around that, and the stand back requirements. So that one was also highlighted as the key benefits from ISA 540 revised. The potential areas of challenges, so the point of estimates came out quite a few times. So auditor is not certain when or how to develop the range or the point of estimates, performing appropriate risk assessment. So although there is some GSS that responded that there is an enhanced risk assessment procedures, in practice, there is some challenges to there. Doing some retrospective reviews, the timing of it might be difficult in some instances, and also how or when to use an expert when auditing accounting estimates. So those were the points that were highlighted to us that we're going to for sure include in our public survey. So I'm not going to say much more on that. So if we're interested in learning how or what are the potential areas from your perspective, or if there's anything else that we need to consider.
Okay. Seven.
Thank you very much. I agree with the areas of challenge that you mentioned, but in addition, there are maybe 2 other areas that we come across when we do our inspections of the audit work. And this is from a macro point of view. One of them is about the clear separation of responsibility between that of the auditor versus that of the entity or the issuer. So what happens in so many instances that the issuer does not really prepare a good estimate or go very light on the estimate, and then the auditor, without feeling it, start digging so much deep and start even developing the estimate. And this somehow impacts the independency at the end of the day, because then the auditor will start defending that estimate because it was prepared by them. So clarifying the fact that it has to be independent, that, you know, before the auditor starts auditing the work, there better be a position paper or a clear estimate being done by the client before the audit procedure starts, might be a good thing to look at. The other thing that we noticed is that auditors sometimes feel shy of focusing much on disclosures. Like, you know, as long as the primary financial statements are okay, they feel that they cannot, for example, qualify their report because the disclosure was missing. And sometimes we say that disclosure is just like the primary financial statement. It is an integral part of the financials. And if it is significant, if it is material, if it is very important for the reader or the investor or the user of the financial statements to understand what's going on, then yeah, this warrants highlighting that in the audit report. So these are 2 of the areas that you know, you might take into consideration. Other than this, it's the usual things, just like Josephine mentioned. I guess for others, like the standard is okay, but it's a performance issue, like, you know, the sufficient challenge of the reasonability of the assumptions being used by the preparers. So this is something that we always come across. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Wendy?
So I had a thought as Sammy was speaking, and his thoughts were very good. And the thought was around the flip side of what might have gone right. And do we want to have some sort of, either in the consultation questions or in your reach out, getting some feedback on when auditors or regulators or you brought in the preparers, what has gone right? What has been done well?
Neil, you raised a point on this before. Did you want to come back in on point estimates?
I think I've got a view as to why they're not used, but I mean, we can engage on it as part of the outreach, Tom. I don't think we need to raise it here.
Ada?
So I'm sure all of this will come out as you do your preliminary work, but some things we've heard is still struggles to apply this elaborate standard to a really simple estimate. So the proportionality aspect, an interesting one, and which I think most of us will have encountered is you have certain assumptions that the company got wrong in your view, but it doesn't matter because it still will end up within the range. So how do you deal with that? The point estimates are nearly never used. But the one thing is also where, this comes back to my opportunity point, I think this stand also brought a lot of benefits. So how do we get the balance right between the positives and the negatives? And clearly, yes, we want to make it better. And if we can learn from it, we will. But I think we need to reap the benefits as well. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. I was kind of hesitating as to whether I would raise my tent, the tent card. Reason being, to Josephine's point, some of the feedback that I gather, I think lend themselves more like performance issues as opposed to actual challenges. And then I kind of take a spin off of what was said and then thought maybe it's already intended in the four that you've identified, but I'll mention them anyway, that you can consider them as part of the four, whether you want to add anything to it. So one of them would be trying to understand management's process. In terms of, I think, when we look back at the reference I would point to would be paragraph 16B, one little I, when you talk about the methods, the data, and the assumptions, especially on the methods side. So where it could be complex or subjective, how do you, like the extent to which you consider that? So how is that being interpreted and how is that being applied? If it's indeed complex, the method itself is indeed complex, then I thought, well, maybe then that's where the use of expert would kick in. And also, it is expected of the auditor from a quality management perspective that there's appropriate resources to carry out. And if you need special skill set, you're already there. So that aspect, if you were to embellish a little bit on the use of expert, deciding when you don't have it within your team and you actually have to go and get an expert might be a bit of a challenge. It's a judgment call, but people may struggle with that. So I would spin it that way for that part. The other one is documentation. So the feedback I got was, well, they, and this is more from the inspection reports that people looked at. So it's more like, people explain what they do, but not why they do it. So is it really a standard issue? Arguably not, because you can go through different provisions and you can get to the fact that you have to document why you do certain things to respond to identify risk. So that should be there. But documenting something like that, paragraph 16B, one little I, may not be that easy. So how have you considered the extent to which the elements of complexity weigh in on the method, the data, and the assumptions may not be as obvious. So documentation might sort of raise a bit of a question mark in terms of how far people need to go. And that may be something you want to explore a little bit. So just offer sort of a variation of a couple of points that I thought maybe you can embellish with your 4 points or consider adding something else. Thank you.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Just maybe an emerging challenge, or it could already be there, but the financial implications of sustainability matters. So I think we're going to increasingly see numbers booked on balance sheets and related disclosures, and it reinforces Sammy's point about the importance of disclosures. The uncertainty around some of these numbers is probably only going to get higher rather than smaller in the short term. So I think linking up our work on accounting estimates with a sustainability lens and the financial implications of that would be maybe something to draw out with in the outreach. And also maybe in terms of our response to various challenges, I think the examples I'm hearing in my outreach, some of the examples might not be complex enough in the standard. So they might be too simple and therefore not really helping auditors in a challenging space. So again, we could tease that out by maybe asking direct, perhaps in the survey, maybe a question about the veracity of the examples. So a couple of thoughts there. Thank you.
Josephine?
Thank you. More of just listening to the conversation and it just made me think a little bit more about Wendy's point about, you know, some of the best practice ideas, which they are important and we should certainly be gathering those. And then Ado mentioned the point about control deficiencies where management aren't picking the correct assumptions, but you're still getting the right answer at the end of the day because it's in the range. Things like this, these are all important, helping us actually understand, which is why we're doing this in the first place. Did we actually address those public interest issues? So Ado's point to me when we talked about realizing public interest benefits through improved communication, for example, that included communicating to those charged with governance. Are those deficiencies being picked up? And these are some of the things that maybe when you're starting to do the targeted outreach, you might want to deep dive into. So were those deficiencies appropriately communicated? Therefore, you know, actually, even though we had a peculiar situation, we still got to the right answer. We have actually achieved C. And similar to Wendy's points as well, you know, what are the good practices? You know, what are people doing that looks like they really are challenging appropriately in accordance with the standard and have other ideas of how to do that, which is beyond the standard. And it's just more just being part of the conversation. But ultimately, we are trying to focus on, you know, paragraph 2, did we actually get there? And if not, what else do we need to do so we do get there? Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Isabel?
Yes. So we only have the way forward or a couple of next steps. So we are going to continue working on the information gathering activities and developing the detailed question for the public survey in the next quarter so that we can discuss it in December. I don't have it on the slide, but the intent is also to have the framework that will be built with IAASB in December for your consideration. And then next year, 2026, will be the survey, the additional outreach, and then summarizing the feedback and coming up with views and recommendations for the board to discuss. That's it.
Any comments on the plan? Tom?
Thank you very much. And the just one question or is that the when I look back the document of the PIOB concerning the finalization and certification on 540, it says that the Basel Committee was on the board of the ISSB at that time. So if you have any outreach to the regulator, does it include the banking sector regulator as well?
Yes, we did recognize that the Basel Committee had participated in the past. We will have additional outreach. I believe there's a new group that is being formed about users, and then so we'll be able to maybe utilize them as well to get those feedbacks. So.
Thank you very much. I don't mind if it's on phase 1 or phase 2. That at the end of the day, that contact or the review coming from the banking sector is also very important, critical. Thank you.
Tom, maybe I could just add to that. So Dan will remember, and Jasper actually sitting to my right, that when we undertook this project, the Basel Committee, the insurance supervisors, and the Financial Stability Board actually were very interested in this project. So we will certainly make sure that in our targeted outreach, once the survey is out, we will engage with them separately. And then also what we will do is, sorry, just going back to one of Dan's points. So that is a section in the plan that we will just build out a little bit in terms of the outreach that will take place in phase 2.
Okay. Any other comments to the team? Well done on the 540 front. So what I plan on doing is we're going to start the next session on strategy and work plan. We'll run up to the break. We'll take our break so we probably need about 5-10 minutes, just 5 minutes to get the switch. Jasper, are you ready to go on this? Okay, so, okay. People okay with that plan? So 5 minutes-ish during this transition. Do not go very far.
Okay, let's get seated again. Michelle, are you ready with the presentation?
Oh my God, the whole family.
Nothing like preparing for 2028 and 2025, but we'd like a head start here. We're going to turn to our strategy and work plan, and particularly with a focus on doing a joint stakeholder survey with IAASB. I've said this in other meetings and other sessions, but obviously one thing stakeholders keep on saying to us is the desire to be more integrated in our thinking and approach, and where there's cross-cutting issues, to work at it jointly at the earliest stage, particularly not sequentially, but concurrently. And there's no better place to start than with our strategy, because that will drive our prioritization and our resource allocation. So I'm going to hand it over to Jesper and Natalie to run us through the paper and what we're proposing. The most important element is this idea of initiating the strategy process with a joint stakeholder survey.
Thank you, Tom. So we'll start with the objective of this session, and Tom highlighted that already. So the main thing is, of course, then to discuss and agree upon the development of a joint stakeholder survey, and also then the approach to develop the survey, to get your input on that. Then we will discuss several topics that we could include in the survey. These are the joint value proposition, external trends, and as well the work plan. So for your information, so the ethics board has received exactly the same agenda item. They also have exactly the same presentation. So we've really worked closely together with our colleagues from ethics in developing everything. So the ethics board will be discussing, and we're having the same session on Thursday when they're meeting. So maybe as well a little bit of background on this, how we got to this, because just to bring you on the journey. So on June 30th, Willy, Tom, Josephine, and I met in a very warm day in London. So it's there we discussed more generally. We started discussing the strategy and work plan, and there the idea came up as well of having maybe to do it more jointly. So we reached out to our colleagues at at ethics who are having the same strategy period as we are having. So their strategy periods are aligned, and they also started to thinking about their respective strategy and the development of that. So we decided to explore with ethics this idea, and like both boards, or like at least the chairs and the staff, were liking that idea. So in developing it, we decided to set up a joint working group, and here are the members of the working group. So it's Tom and Gabriella, both chairs, and both vice chairs, Josephine and Jana from ethics. And then we have another board member as well. We have Edo from the IAASB, and on ethics is Christelle Martin. And then from the staff, it's Willy, me, and Natalie who are involved. And on ethics side, it's Ken, Jeff, and Sylvia. So far we've only had one working group meeting, because this all started. The first discussions about this were in July. We had many interactions though at the staff level, and also between the chairs and between staff and chairs. So like I said, like we really work closely together in developing this paper and the presentation, and making this as joint as possible. We really worked as an integrated team. A little bit of background to Tom's comment on why are we starting when we're not even halfway our current strategy work plan, with already thinking about the next strategy and work plan. So for the period 2028 to 2031, because even 2031 is a very long, very far away from where we are right now, and it's hard to think how the world would look like by then. So this survey gives us an opportunity to obtain the stakeholder views before we go into a consultation paper. So it basically will help us to inform the consultation paper, therefore get a better product to our stakeholders. We did identify some topics where we thought it would be useful to get this input already, and we'll go through those later. And also good to know that we've used surveys before, and our due process also allows for it, and even mentioned it specifically. And we've done it in the past as well for not our past strategy work plan, but the strategy and work plan before that. We've also used it for a work plan, so it's something we've done more in the past. And given that we have some topics right now that we think it's useful to discuss, we thought this might be a good idea for this time as well. So just for the information of the board, we were thinking of having a joint survey, but we would have separate consultation papers and also a separate strategy and work plan. That's the thinking that we have. The reason why the consultation paper and the strategy and work plan are different is because of the different remits of the board and the different subjects that we're dealing with. So on the joint, why we think a joint survey would be useful. There are many reasons for that, and they're set out on this slide, and they're also set out in the paper that you've seen. Just to highlight the main one, I think Tom highlighted it in the beginning as well. Stakeholders have been asking us to work closely together, and we thought this is a perfect opportunity for this to work together. The reason why we think it's a perfect opportunity is that there are some overarching topics that we could ask in the survey, and that would benefit both boards. Having a joint survey is then therefore also a more efficient way for our stakeholders to comment on our plans, and they can also identify topics that would impact both boards, and therefore more clearly make it more clear to the board what the interrelationship is of certain issues, and then we can act on it jointly. The other thing to highlight that we would have the survey online. I don't think that's the difference from how we've dealt with this in the past. We've always had the survey online, and it would be interactive as well. So this gives us the opportunity to ask IAASB and IASPA specific questions as well, or have sections specific to the IAASB or ethics. But the main purpose of it would be that mostly we would try to make everything joint, but just in case there are some areas that we need to maybe be separate for one of our boards, it would be possible. And with that, we go to our first questions. first question. So the first question is of whether the use of the survey to inform the development of the IAASB consultation paper is useful. Your views on that. Then your views on undertaking that survey jointly. And you see a third question there that you might not have prepared for, or you probably will not have prepared for, because we've added this question upon reflection. We thought it was useful to also get some input on your views on whether we should have the survey online or not.
What's the alternative to online? We're gonna mail it out? Okay, Christelle.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this joint initiative as it makes sense from a broad value proposition perspective and demonstrates strong alignment between the two standard setting boards. However, I do have some reservation if the scope of the survey extends to covering the work plan, which I will develop in a subsequent question to the board. I think it's question 8. I will develop a reservation on this work plan joint survey. Thank you.
So support, but it should be limited to broader strategic matters up front, and that there'll be another time for a work plan. So, okay. Wendy.
You know, it's hard not to be supportive. Like, I read it and I said, of course we should do this. This makes a lot of sense. Why not? And then I did try to think, okay, so why wouldn't we do this and what's the downside? And there could be some, but that's what you do a survey for, to get the feedback. So what's the potential downside? That people don't respond broadly for the strategic initiatives for both boards, that it's one-sided or another, and then you don't know what to do with the answer because it doesn't really describe it. But I overall came back with, I think the benefits outweigh the potential unintentional consequences. And I never thought it was going to be anything other than an online survey.
And to some extent, your slight risk in our mind is addressed by our understanding that some people will only want to comment to one board or the other, and we just have to have a mechanism for them to reflect that single specific input point. Robert?
Thanks. Well, Jasper, you said this is an opportunity to send out the survey. I think from a recipient standpoint, it's a must. Yeah, so no doubt about this. Your question number A, I would recommend, and you have to think about it if you want to talk to some key stakeholders prior to designing the survey with specific question, in order to get the feeling what are the subjects or the subject clusters you want to deal with in the survey. With respect to question B, the joint survey, I think, is only beneficial if somehow content-wise, the interaction between, from a contents perspective, between us and the ethics board is put into the survey. In other words, not having page 1 questions from us and page 2 questions from the ethics board. You mentioned there might be some specifics, which is fine, but we should have it combined. And your question number 3, I like it. It's also a must in these days. Well, thank you.
Angie?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So I too am supportive of the joint survey. I think, you know, simply speaking, it's expected that we coordinate. So in fact, we're doing this in reality and in how it's being viewed, right? We do want the stakeholders to look at both aspects at the same time, the ethical aspect as well as the assurance aspect. So this allows them to think about both at the same time. So in reality, we're working together, and the perception is going to be there as well, that it's a joint survey instrument. So stakeholders will see that we're in fact demonstrating that we're working together. So I think from that perspective, it certainly served that purpose. The other purpose is that for what it's worth, I think we're still in early days in terms of coordinating with IAASB, and no harm in experimentation. So let's do this and see if it serves us well, and we might learn some lessons out of this so that in future we'll do a lot more of this kind of joint work or not. And I think it's good grounds for experimentation. I'm happy to hear that there may be opportunity to have something more specific in the survey for us, for example. So it gives us some flexibility if we feel that there are certain questions that we can't come to that common ground with IAASB, that we have a way to deal with that. But certainly in full agreement with Robert that it shouldn't be page 1 is them and page 2 is us. It needs to be integrated. It's only like maybe, some specific questions for each one that you tag on. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, and I'm going to pile on, I think, but and Jasper, you mentioned something to that effect already. It needs to be covering aspects that are relevant to both boards. It needs to be elements where we need a joint view. It's not, and I would be, because we still have our own consultation process on the strategy and work plan separately from that. So I think we need to make clear that these are two separate things, and this is particularly in respect of where the joint collaboration needs to be improved and on topics where it makes sense that we go out together. And indeed not okay, this is our list of questions and this is theirs, and now look how jointly we operate, because that's then missing the point entirely. I think that's what was my key observation with this as well. So again, piling on. Thank you.
Okay, so one of the key things I say herein is let's not do it. People are in support of a joint survey, but let's not do a joint survey that's actually not joint. And the way I think about it from a strategy perspective is what are the external trends or the internal operating dynamics that have a potential to impact both boards in their fulfillment of their mission. And many of those trends, external or or internal to the organization, has the ability to affect both boards. And really what we're trying to think about is what they are and how that drives insights that will say, okay, then these are the things that we in our strategy period need to accomplish. These are the outcomes that we need to achieve to be successful, some of which will require joint action, some may not. But I think the environmental factors probably are very much shared, and trying to figure out a way to draw that out. For example, like there could be something, for instance, the impact of technology and the relevance to the relevance and reliability of the work of accountants and auditors specifically. And that has some downstream impacts on what we would do, that has downstream impacts on what they do. Some actions, joint work would be taken. There may be some things that are not, but it's really about trying to drive those environmental factors and insights that then shape our strategy and our strategic objectives going forward. And and one of the things to avoid doing is going and maybe this speaks to not talking about the work plan at all, because that drives people into the weeds, is to stay at a level up in this first round to begin with. So does this make sense? I think I'm trying to synthesize what I'm hearing, but I'm also trying to bring a little bit of the corporate strategy experience to the mix too. Greg and then Bill.
Thanks, Tom. I'm absolutely behind the idea of a joint survey and also that it needs to look and feel joint. So I totally agree with that. I guess I just want to challenge us as to whether, and today might not be the day, but whether in fact we're talking about separate consultation papers, separate strategies and work plan. And I think that's fine as long as there's sufficient coordination when we get to those points. So our stakeholders are increasingly expecting that we are well coordinated and joined up on things so that we can implement this integrated approach to projects where it makes sense. So rather than the linear approach, which we've probably tended to do, much more together type approach, but where it makes sense to do. Not every project will lend itself, but there will be some, as we look forward to our future strategy and work plan, there'll be some projects where actually both boards need to deal with the issue, and our stakeholders are increasingly expecting that we will join those things up and we will do them together. And so it's more about the way we operate and our sort of commitment to that coordination going forward. I think we can achieve that with separate consultation papers, but the more joined up we can look to our stakeholders, I think the better. So that's my thoughts on that. Thank you.
I've always of the view that we could cross that bridge when we get to it related to consultation. I think our working assumption is what it is right now. If there's a desire to have more of a joint consultation approach, we could do it. I'm not saying that there's universal agreement even amongst the working group on that, but I could see some value of it. But I think the most important thing for today is let's get the survey out jointly in a way that's going to be productive and generate good feedback. And maybe what people will say is that the extent that there's sort of an integrated but somewhat bifurcated approach to strategy, it would be okay. But I don't think we need to answer that question yet. Bill?
Yeah, look, I'm just going to be repetitive of what you said, Tom. I'm in full support of the joint survey. Fully get with the environmental factors and things like that. There's a whole lot of synergy and it's not a problem. It does peter away when you get down to the work plan, as Christelle says, and that's perhaps why we should not get into that amount of detail. So try and keep it at the commonality elements. And as you also said, Tom, we've got to allow it for people who don't want to comment on both boards. They only want to comment on one board, or people who don't want to comment on everything. They just want to comment on something. So it's got to have that bit of flexibility in it for the user as well.
Yeah, and in fact, it may be an opportunity. There's an implicit assumption that we have to do a lot of things jointly in this world. There may be some people in this world who believe that too much jointness is not a good thing too. And that could be an opportunity for them to say it. So I'm not saying that they should, but the benefit of this is that people get to say their piece. And we get to take advantage of it. Okay, so what I'm reading right now is support for all of this, including us not having to mail out a bunch of surveys and doing it online. Some suggestions that we need to make it truly look joint, even if there are parts that are not joint. Some desirability to postpone any discussion on work plan for the reason we discussed. We could always iterate. Remember, this is over a period of months, and the work plan element is a little bit separate anyway. So Jasper and Natalie, anything you want to add?
No, maybe just one point, Tom, and that's to Greg's point on the coordination. Like even when it would be two separate consultation papers, we would continue to coordinate. It was never the idea not to stop with that. We will continue to do that along the way.
Yeah, I think the manner of which the consultation papers come out, it needs greater refinement. Like one of the things is when you work back to when things need to be approved, if we're gonna get a survey done, we have to just start thinking about it and constructing it right now. And the key decision point is the joint element, so it allows us to start working together. So I hear a high degree of support to that. We'll figure out the mechanics of the jointness on consultation at a later date. The key element is let's figure out what's in the survey itself, in the construct of the survey, which is, I guess, a little bit of what we'll turn to in next. But I'd suggest right now, we were getting towards a break time. Let's take our break. It's 3:25 right now. Let's get back into the room at 5 minutes to 4, and then we'll finish the strategy work plan session. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, we start.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to begin. One more person to join, but I think we should stay on schedule. We went through question one. We have a few more to go through. Okay, back to you, Natalie.
Okay, thank you. So now that we have your support to conduct our joint stakeholder survey, we'll discuss on how we'll gather input. So stakeholders will be invited to share their views on matters set out in the survey, and these matters will be informed and developed by the discussion the board will have today. So the working group and the ISSB's communication team will develop strategic communication plans, including social media for visibility of the survey among a wide range of stakeholders. So the survey is the starting point, but it's not sufficient on its own. So the working group proposes like outreach to complement the survey, which include like the general outreach program, targeted stakeholders like regulator, practitioner, investors, jurisdictional center setters, and other, as well as SAC discussion. So during the next SAC meeting in October and during next year meeting in April. So some of the outreach may be conducted jointly with IAASB when practicable. So we have a few questions for you on that now. So we'd like to get your view on whether you support the approach to the survey and the strategic communication plans that we want to develop. What are your views on the extent of outreach and whether there is any specific stakeholder groups that you think should be specifically targeted? So maybe we can do all the questions one time. Tom, I don't know what you think.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna take a guess that this is gonna be more about how, not whether. Does anyone object to the basic approach that we have for developing the joint survey, including the development of a communication plan? Okay. If that's the case, we're mainly talking about how to respond to question 3. Christelle?
Thank you. Yes, I'm supportive of a proposed approach for developing the joint survey, including the creation of a communication plan. But with regard to the outreach, I believe that academics and preparers should be included, as well as professional accountants in business. It is important to ensure that a diverse range of perspectives is gathered to inform the board's work. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thank you, Tom. So on question 3A, just want to get a clarification. When you look at all these segments, public sector would be included. Just a question to see where it's situated or whether it's contemplated. And then the other thing is, paragraph 13 outline a number of stakeholders that we intend to approach. Just wondering whether we should consider adding preparer / those charged with governance, and whether we would think about special interest groups. So question about the scope of who we're going to reach out to. 3B talks about whether there are ones that perhaps we could target and then how we would do that. Well, the how, I leave it to people who know how to do that. I think it's going to be challenging. In my view, I think 2 groups are really important when you talk about value proposition. One is the user, including investors, as well as special interest groups that might have an interest in our work. And then the other one would be the preparer and those charged with governance. Those that we're going to do something to. In other words, they're the auditee, right? So those 2 groups I would think of targeting. The first one is problematic. We already talked about it in an earlier agenda item. It's hard to get them engaged. So gonna have to find something that is really of concern to them so that they would respond, but it's easier said than done. And I think we'll just have to move along and see how we are at what juncture, and then see whether there are things that we can try to include to entice them to respond to what we do. Special interest group would be even more challenging if they are considered. So for example, in Canada, the involvement of the Indigenous people, they have specific concerns about what you do with respect to their land and resources. So all along the way, there is an expectation that you engage them in any of these consultations. So engaging them is one thing and getting feedback from them is another. So that might add another level of challenge as well. Thank you.
Kiko?
Thank you. Yes, I'm also really supportive of the overall strategy with the team to conduct survey at first and then outreach after that. And in terms of the question 3A, I'm really cautious about the question number because I was confused the last time. But yeah, I like to make 3 comments. And the first one is regarding survey, because the survey is passive. So I think we already recognize maybe when we ask, and then maybe the stakeholders whose work is very involved in the audit standard, they will make a comment more proactively, including auditors and regulators versus maybe other stakeholders like investors and preparers, especially investors. Their work is not involved in the audit standard. So while they, although they are already the beneficiary, but they may not respond in a passive survey. So we need to make a further effort to have their response, or if not, we will do further outreach in the second phase. So this is our first comment. And the second one is the preparer. My comment is very similar to Nancy's one, but yes, in the SAC meeting highlight in May, yes, so what they say is we should highlight the direct beneficiaries, particularly investors, audit committees, and preparers. So I was wondering why we don't have audit committee and preparers in the list of targeted outreach, although they are already the direct beneficiaries of our proposition. And also to understand what's happening in the entity, audited entities, should serve for auditors as well, I believe, because there is a lot of things which are changing, including technology. So this is the first comment, second comment, sorry. And thirdly, I think you already mentioned the international standard setter in the list, but I think it's important to engage with people who are setting standard of internal control and internal audit. Considering evolving technology, maybe external auditor need to rely more on internal control, as we are discussing in another agenda. And also maybe understanding the trend in internal audit will be very important as people start to use technology in audit more in internal audit because they have less regulation than external auditor. So maybe these people may be included in this internal standard setters, but it's not only reporting standard setters were mentioned. So I'd like to comment here. Thank you.
Wendy?
So first I'll comment on the missing stakeholders, which I think were pretty well covered by Nancy and Christelle and Makiko just now. But I have another comment related to the communication plan, which I don't know, you can stop me if this is too granular, but I expected more detail on the type of things that we might put out in social media, not just here's our survey, we're looking for you to respond, but maybe some more vulnerability or what's in it for the people that are responding, something that I think would, and what's different than what we're doing already. And so that's what I thought, I don't know if it would find its way into this paper, but I'm going to make a comment that I think we do need some more granularity. Oh, one more point. And do we need to address why we're doing this? Do we need to address in that kind of communication why we're doing this so far out for 2028? How does this impact today, if at all? Thank you.
Hernan?
Thank you, Tom. My comment is also about the list of the stakeholders in the paragraph 13. I suggest to complement this list with the categories of stakeholders that were considered for organized the roundtable for quality management and technology. That is a very, very strong list. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your input. Yeah, I think the communications plan will be fleshed out in more detail as we get more substance to flesh out. Let's keep going.
So now we've discussed the joint surveys. Now we go to some of the topics that we could include in the survey. And the previous question was already something alluded to the work plan, but we'll get there as well later on. So we have three potential topics that we think of including in the joint survey. The first one would be joint value proposition. The second one would be more the external trends, the trends that are that we see in the environment. And the third would be then on the work plan, and we'll go into the second and the third one on this slide a bit later. So I first focus on the joint value proposition. So the joint value proposition, a little bit of maybe background how this came up. In May we had a SAC session on the value of our standards. It was broader. It also included the impact of recent revisions that we did to our standards and the impact thereof. So that in that SAC session, the stakeholder value proposition came up, and the SAC really encouraged the boards, both boards, so the IAASB and ISSB, to develop a joint value proposition. One of the things that was also mentioned by the SAC that given the trend on deregulation, there was another session on deregulation in the SAC in May, that given the trend of deregulation, it's important that you have a value proposition, because if you can show what your value is, you're likely less likely to get touched by this deregulation. So the working group discussed the opportunities and the challenges of a joint value proposition. You can see these the opportunities and the challenges on this slide, and also are set out in the paper. So overall, the working group is of the view that the survey could be utilized to get some more input from our stakeholders on a joint value proposition. So it could include questions, for example. So in the joint survey, we could include questions to help the development of a joint value proposition. And questions we could ask our stakeholders is, for example, how you define value related to the ISSBs, which values are important to you, and how could the ISSB, so the standard setting boards, serve you. The other thing we discussed is having draft core elements of the ISSB value proposition, having those in the survey. The idea behind this is that we would not draft the whole joint value proposition for this survey, and the reason for that is then there would be too much focus on the drafting. So for this SAC, we had drafted a joint value proposition, and the SAC discussion, there was quite a bit of discussion on the drafting of the value proposition itself, and we think it's more useful to get input on the core elements. So what should be included in if we do a joint value proposition, what should be included in there, and get stakeholders' input on that first before we start with the drafting. So with that, we go to the questions. Question is whether you support development of a joint value proposition. and also for your initial views of what could be included as core elements of a joint stakeholder value proposition.
Bill?
I'm going to meander across a couple of questions. I just missed the earlier part. And I mentioned this at the planning committee the other night, but I want to say it now for the full board. To me, a value proposition generally is one paragraph. It is not a list of 150 different things to think about. And Tom said it this morning, and who was the ISSB?
Sue?
Sue Lloyd. Oh, sorry, yeah, mental block. Sue Lloyd said it as well. It is building trust in the financial markets. That's it. That's the value proposition. It's a one-liner. And that's okay to do a value proposition for both boards together with that theme. But the more you get down to details and particulars about it, the more you deviate between the two boards in terms of, I don't think it's a value proposition. I think it's more a strategy or a mode of operation rather than a value proposition. So I think it's a very strong point I make. And then we talk about, and I'm moving into the next part, but is that at the last SAC meeting, I thought the SAC would be talking about strategic matters, but they spent a lot of time talking about what goes into a value proposition. And I found that surprising. And then the next topic we're going to talk about is the environmental analysis. And we've got an example in our papers here. And environmental analysis isn't a static thing. You don't do one for today and sit on it for 3 years. It is changing all the time. And we must have that ability to do that. And in doing it, the environmental factors aren't everything that's happening in the world today. What are the ones which are specific to that value proposition of the board for which we're working? So that sort of goes between questions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm sorry, but I just felt that the SAC is the place we should be getting more guidance on these matters than the discussion which was had in the papers about the value proposition.
Okay. Neil?
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, overall, I support the survey. The value proposition was one that didn't sit quite right with me. So either reading it, we were going to tell everyone our value proposition, and it kind of felt as if we were going to be justifying our existence, or if we were going to ask them what our value proposition is, it felt like we didn't know. And so I think we should wrap this up ourselves, and it's not a survey type topic that I would personally include.
Steph?
Thank you. I'm also supportive of developing a joint value proposition. However, during my preparatory discussion, it's for question 4, I noted that some stakeholders raised questions about the value proposition. Specifically, they question whether the focus should be on the boards themselves or on the standards and other publications they produce. They also question who the value is being created for example, profession, user, or general public. So I think that clarification on this point would be welcome. Considering the question 5, I think that the core elements of a value proposition could include, of course, the protection of the public interest, including audit committees and investors, the objective of promoting global consistency in practices, but also, last but not least, the understandability, the usability, and the scalability of the standards for its primary users, namely professional accountants. Thank you.
Yeah, I had to think about how to explain or articulate my thinking on this one. I think I have a starting point that's similar to what Bill was saying. It shouldn't go on for pages. It needs to be succinct. But then it has to speak to both boards. So it's more clear to me on the assurance side what I think that ought to say. less clear to me how it would apply equally well to the ethical side. And I think they need to come forward and have a view. So in other words, I'm kind of sitting on the fence a little bit. I like to see what it looks like first before I decide whether I would be really supportive of it. So in my mind, what has changed? What's new? Raison d'etre hasn't changed. We want to serve the public interest. And to serve that, we provide help provide assurance on information that's relevant that could help decision makers in the capital markets or in regulations or whatever they do, right? So has that changed? And I don't know if we need to ask too many questions about that. And I like to be succinct about that part, which is to Bill's point. And then I thought, well, maybe one thought would be maybe we could have two paragraphs. One paragraph, like, this is our bailiwick. This is what we need to offer in serving the public interest. And then the second one would be because we're identifying all these key trends. So all these key trends should translate into something. So in respect of some of these key trends, what are the additional value add under these development? And maybe that second paragraph can go to some of that. It's just a suggestion for thought, right? Take a look and see what these key areas are and how assurance can offer a value proposition for our stakeholders. And I'd be very curious about IAASB, your colleagues' views about developing a joint value statement, whether they have any hesitation, whether they're keen, and that would be helpful to understand as well. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, in respect of the value proposition, I can see value in it as long as it serves the purpose of the joint survey. So it needs to be, of course, rooted in the public interest and stability that we both serve. But it also needs to be there needs to be an element of distinctiveness, but there needs to be sufficient overlap that drives this joint exercise. And on the areas of overlap, that's where we box in the projects that we jointly survey. Because that's where we need to keep a keen eye out for, okay, but if we touch upon these topics, we need to do it together rather than on its own and then fix afterwards what needs fixing. It hasn't materialized in my head yet. So I'm with others. I'd like to see some of it first. So I wouldn't like to throw it entirely empty out there, but you inform us what the value statement should be. I think that we need a little bit more meat to the bone before we go there. But that's sort of the parameters, what I'm thinking about when I read about the value statement. Thank you.
Shaya?
Thank you, Tom. I think in my mind, first of all, about the joint value proposition. In my mind, I think the joint survey is fine, but when it comes to the value proposition, I think it's probably have something in common between the two boards and something unique for each of the boards. So if we are going to develop something joint, I think it needs to have these two different layers of value proposition. And actually, if I recall it well, I think what's currently put in our website describing the role of ISSB, it's quite well positioned. It has almost most of the keywords, which is in my mind. Global, high quality, drive consistency and trusting capital market. I think it has almost all the keywords. So I'm not sure what we are going to add into that, but of course, in the joint survey, we could facilitate feedback from the stakeholders in terms of their expectation of us, which will contribute to our development or refinement of the value proposition. Thank you.
Robert?
I like what you just said, taking the joint survey and ask about their expectations. What are the benefits from a beneficiary's side or point of view? And if you talk about benefits, we should also talk about the cost or ask them about the cost. Because if you talk about a value proposition, we should also keep in mind there's an economical value about what we are doing here. And everything what we do has a price tag. And at the end, it's the investor and plus the entity who's paying for this. And so coming back to your proposal, ask the beneficiaries about their benefits and in relation to the costs. Thank you.
I'd like to, I'm reflecting on this conversation a bit. And I think it's incumbent upon us, which I think we have in the past, but maybe we need to state it more forcefully to explain our value and who benefits from it. And maybe it's time that we articulate it, but I guess I'm sort of with Neil. Like, are we really going to ask many questions or make it a drafting exercise to our stakeholder? I think that's a risky game to begin with. If we don't know, if we can't justify our own existence, then we're probably not doing a good job. Though I think I got the same question. I was at the IFAC board meeting recently, and we got to it, and I reminded that for the practitioner world, there's a lot of value in global standards. There's a lot of value in global standards because there's consistency. You've created a profession that works across borders. There's consistency in the ability to ensure quality across borders. It builds trust in the profession and therefore creates value in their work. It's a model for future professionals. It reduces regulatory costs imposed upon them around the world because you don't have multiple bodies creating fragmented approaches. You go to a number of things. For investors, it's enormously useful to have global standards because when you pick up a report, an ISA audited report from Brussels, you know it's going to have the same quality and requirements as a same ISO audited report in Melbourne. And that provides consistency and confidence. For regulators, you have consistency, particularly on cross-border questions. And we could go on. And I think we should be really robust about articulating their case. But do I need to ask for drafting guidance on it? Probably not. But if we state it up front and then have a survey about are we achieving our value proposition and going about it effectively, which is effectively what the survey is about, it may make more sense. And so this could be a lot of introductory material we should go about and articulate it if people are having a hard time understanding it and if we haven't developed it jointly. And I would say the same things I said to you about our audit and assurance standards certainly apply on the ethics side as well. Because our standards only work on a solid foundation of ethics and quality management. So I think I'm in a slightly different place than maybe when we started this exercise. I think, Neil, your comment to me triggered an insight. But I do think we should articulate something, and then we get to Ado's point, and Nancy's point, like, let's see what we have. I don't want to make this a board drafting exercise, trust me, but
But I do think we should move forward with trying to define something that's clear and simple, and then articulating the beneficiaries and their perspectives as a result. It's interesting enough, one of the contexts of this came out is in justifying diversified funding sources and articulated the value for which they should be contributing and not free riding in the system. Effectively, we create a public good, and there's a free rider problem here. And not everyone's paying for the benefit of our standards. And how do you resolve it? So that was some of it. So, Jesper, people are nodding on the table. Are people in agreement with this sort of suggestion? Is yes, we should articulate something that's simple, clear, and understandable. But this probably isn't a thing to ask a lot of questions about. Bill?
No, I agree with exactly what you've just said, but I really caution against any inference that we're doing this for the first time, or we just decided to do it now, because everything you said, we all know, right? We all know and we all believe, and that's why we're all here. So, and certainly asking questions, what stakeholders think would be embarrassing, I think. So we've got to show confidence in what we are. We may be articulating it better, that's all.
Yeah, and what may be different is that we're going to define it in a joint document, so it has to be applicable to both of us. Yes, but
And of course, that's especially the point, Tom, because we already have an IAASB value proposition that is in our current strategy and work plan. So we have defined it already for the IAASB. This would be for the joint for both boards.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is it's a question of refinement, and it probably is applicable. We may restate the articulation of it because we were very specific, but I think there's clever enough writers in this crowd that we could get to that point. I just wouldn't make it up to public consultation. I think we could be asked if we're living up to our value proposition, which is a fair game. Are people happy with that? Okay. Any other things you want to raise on these questions? You find it?
So let's now continue with the next topic we could include in the survey. It's the key trends. So in the May 25 SAC meetings, they highlighted some trends like digital transformation, AI, digital assets, cybersecurity, sustainability reporting, assurance, regulatory shift, talent shortage, and new firm models. So based on the SAC discussion and additional research carried out by the ISSB team, a preliminary list of future trends have been identified and included in Appendix 5 of the Agenda Item 5 in 4 categories. So the categories identified are the impact of emerging technologies, geopolitical changes, climate change, and evolving structure and business models of accounting firms. So considering the board feedback from today's discussion, the working group will conduct additional research to obtain further understanding of the trends, and the survey will help test with stakeholders which trends matter most from the updated list of trends. And then these trends will shape our strategic drivers and therefore the consultation paper and the strategy and work plans. So here again, we have a few questions for you. We would like to ask whether you agree on including the key trends and changes in the survey, whether you support additional structural research on those trends, and we have asked you to come with 3 priority trends, so 3 per board member. So we are happy to listen to you and note all of those. So pass over to you. Maybe we do question 6 generally, and then we go to 7 one by one.
Yeah. Okay, let's deal with six first. It's really a process point in terms of, do you agree with the conclusions? I think this is the idea of trying to not
just do things off to sort of guide a little bit of the input that we get into the process. And it's to have some research to generate response. 7, we could talk about, there's 2 ways we could do it. We could get people's input on trends. We also offline afterwards, you can also provide some more detail, and we could gravitate around that too. So let's do 6 first. Christelle?
I agree with including key trends and changes in the joint survey, as this will help ensure that the board's work remains relevant and responsive to the evolving environment. I have 3 specific comments. 2 comments on the trends mentioned in paragraph 22. First, the trend of regulatory changes appears to both impact and be impacted by all other trends and may not be best presented as a standalone trend. Second, the term talent shortage seems somewhat strong. I would prefer to refer to it as challenges related to the attractiveness of a profession. My third comment is on Appendix 5, preliminary list of trends. Trend 3 on climate change appears too narrow and could be broad to encompass all ESG aspects, including social, governance, and non-climate related environmental topics like biodiversity. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Kika?
Thank you, Tom. So in here, can I make a comment on Appendix 5? Oh, that's fine. Okay. So yes, actually, I have a comment on the trend which is articulated in the Appendix 5, and yes, yeah, I believe the first is about the 3 climate change, and the second one is number 4. And the first one is maybe my comment is very similar to Crystal said. Yes, but I think only to mentioning climate change is a little too narrow, considering the current reporting ecosystem as a whole. So investors are using preparers on disclosing more topics such as nature and social related topics, and more recently people focusing on a kind of nexus, which is the relationship between the environmental topics and social topics. So those kind of things should be included when we are planning from 28 to 31. And the second one is number 4, evolving structure and business models of accounting firms. I believe this covers very well the trend in accounting firms, subject to our further outreach to them. But what I thought is some of the topics highlighted here should be the trend not only for accounting firms, but also entities as well. For example, private equity. This is a little bit different issue, but private equity is increasing. So that means more companies are maybe not become private from public. And of course, our standards are not be separated between for public or private companies. That is maybe more jurisdictional issue, but we should recognize those trends when we think about future audit. That is one thing. And the second thing is maybe talent shortage, changing the working model. Or first, changing working model. This is exactly the same for entities, not only for firms. This may affect how we audit. So this is one. And also talent shortage. This is also the same for some countries' entities. Not only because of the attractiveness, but also declining population in some countries. It's not all for all countries. Yes, so yeah, maybe we need to think about not only accounting firms' environment, but also audited entity environment, which should affect the audit work. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you, Tom. I'm not opposed to inclusion of key trends, but I'm also thinking of whatever's relevant now. We're talking about a work plan period that is quite a few years ahead, and whilst private equity in accounting firms may be an issue now, I doubt that will be an issue in 4 or 5 years' time. And so I would go probably not as deep on the trends. To paint a picture, fine, but probably not too detailed on the trends. So that's probably my and then probably with the precursor or some language around it that things may happen or may change as time develops.
One of the things I would say, and this is a little bit of my risk, the risk of really sort of spending a lot of time around the table sharing our trends with each other, is that the list at the back of the paper was only an example too, and so we don't want to get too focused. We also want Josephine to keep her 10 card on the table. But you know, I guess Josephine ceded her rights to speak for the rest of the day. So, you know, we need to think about, certainly after this, I'm happy to have people raise the things that they think should absolutely be in that merit research. But I also would like to make sure that that you hand in what your effective homework to the team after this meeting, so it gives us a basis to do further work. Neil?
So, one of the things that struck me, Tom, is if we're asking for trends and with such a long period out, if we're landing topics on the table, we need to try and get from the survey an indication as to what they think the direction of the trend is going to be. So if we say there's geopolitical uncertainty, is there a sense that this is going to be increasing, decreasing, and something that we need to be reacting to? Because that's the one thing that allows us to now see to 2028 and 2031. We say, wow, our stakeholders feel that this is going to be a growing trend or a shrinking trend. Otherwise, we've just got a list of topics and everyone says, yeah, that's a trend, that's not a trend, it is a trend, it's not a trend. We need to get a little bit more sense, and that'll then help us prepare for the 28 to 31. My difficulty is how far out it is. And so getting a sense of how it's moving would be the best piece of insight for me.
There's an element of the so what? What can you do with that trend? Do we have the ability, do we have any agency to affect that change? Should we care? Like, does it impact the way we think? Remember, it's all going back to our value proposition and our mission. Will it have an impact on our ability to succeed? And if so, the other thing I would say is it's not like this information goes in a vacuum and we're like, okay, we'll pay attention to it in 2028. Like, if there's something so pressing that requires us to adjust our work today, we should know about it. But we should also be pretty clear that we also probably have a decent understanding of that trend already. Bill?
Again, just to reinforce that, I mean, you're exactly right that geopolitical, what's that mean to us? What's that going to do to our work plan? I mean, it's interesting to know what the world's doing, and we be aware of it, but it's not going to change our work plan going forward. And so that's why the environmental analysis or the trends has to be updated on an ongoing basis, because if all of a sudden something does happen, then we need to be flexible enough and agile enough to react to it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to solution it, but on the point around the geopolitical piece, if we find that international standards are going to be less appetizing straight out the gate as it is, then we need to start being strategic around saying, well, actually, we need to lower the baseline that would then be globally accepted and have additional pieces that can then be adopted as the higher standard. So instead of just believing that the standard lands and is internationally accepted, we might need to understand that a lower benchmark becomes more appetizing in that sort of environment, and the additional pieces. Similar to Sue's discussion earlier today, actually, she mentioned, maybe accept the fact that it'll be partly adopted and then more adopted. So some of that is the thinking that I would put into the geopolitical sort of setup. But not a solution, it's just a passing comment in response.
Nancy?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So I wasn't going to try to intervene on this particular point, but it's interesting that we talk about key trends now, and we're talking about the future. It would seem to me that it might be logical and reasonable to ask for key trends, but asking people as to their views as to what it might look like further out. Right? So it's a little bit of crystal ball gazing, but anticipating what might come and then understanding how we should perhaps prepare for it as it manifests. So if we were to couch it that way, then it might be meaningful to ask about these key trends. Thanks.
Anyone else? Sim.
So I just want to comment on 6B with regard to views on additional structured research to be performed. I guess one of the areas that might worth looking at is investor-auditor gap. And what I'm trying to say here is that with all the good work that we performed over the years, still I feel that there is a gap between auditors and investors. Still, when we speak to investors, they're not really very clear about what the auditor reports mean and how to read it, and what the auditors are exactly doing. And is that exactly the product that they want out of the auditors, or are they looking for something else? So maybe this is additional area that we can put some research into. The other matter or the other trend is the audit fees. And that may be part of the attractiveness of the profession. Maybe it's part of the AI. But what we realize sometimes is that this might be a root cause for a number of the issues happening within the audit. Because when the auditors commit a deficiency, it's not because they don't want to do the work, but sometimes because of the fees, the low fees that are there, they find it hard to justify it from business point of view to cover all relevant aspects of the standards. And this is something that ISSB had covered partially with regard to updating the code when it comes to the fees and the necessity of the fees to be based on the procedure that can result in good quality audit work rather than competitive matters. So these are two areas that might be worth looking at among the trends. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I wasn't going to come in on this, but I think listening to some of the discussion around the room, I do not think we should ask for validation on the current trends, nor do I think we should ask for validation on the future trends. I think we should be focusing on, well, the example in the paper was the PESTEL model. Is that a good model? Are those good broad areas that we should be looking on? And then also the focus should be on how we react. So I don't know if that's another case of we ask for feedback on that, or we say how we're going to react and ask for feedback on that, similar to the where we landed on the value proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. My thought is that rather than providing these trends in the survey, maybe we could ask an open question to the stakeholders. What do they think about, the world will be like in 2028 to 2031, and what they think we as standard board setting boards should do to address or cooperate with those future situations? I mean, to ask open questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think to some way that's a way to articulate their input on trends, but to be a little bit more forward-looking, which may be a better way to think about a survey at this stage, while we do the research. To me, basically, we're viewing this, if it's part of a survey, as another information input to our process, but we have to figure out what the likely trends to drive our strategy are going to be. And so I think what you say may be a more artful way to get people to engage on this topic if we want to seek their input in an open-ended way. But I don't think we could stop our research of what the key trends are as well. So, I want to think we need to think through that one a little bit more. I think we're separating the question is clearly we need to understand what the key trends are that are going to impact us. How we involve the stakeholder community in that question in a survey that's coming out in January 2026 for a strategy in 2028 is another element. And I don't remember in our last survey where we really got into this, because I think we came up with our strategic drivers after research and workshop, and then we put that out in the consultation document. And so maybe we're being premature to take too much of a stance. That being said, certainly should take input. Jesper, Natalie, what would you think?
I think on the trends, so it is useful to get the initial feedback already from the stakeholders, because the trends will then also link to our objectives, strategic objectives, right? To understand those. So, and then also the actions that will all be in our consultation paper. So from that perspective, I think it would be useful to get their views on it and whether we're not missing anything, right? It's more as a confirmation.
But aren't we going to do that ultimately in a consultation document? So that's my point, is if we ask an open-ended question more in the way that I used to suggest while we're doing our well-structured research, then it puts it up to the consultation document, which also brings us closer to the actual period of the strategy too, and leaves some of the research up to us. What I think the board seems to be struggling with is, will the trends that you're seeing, the insights that you're going to draw from it today in the marketplace in January 2026, be the things that really should drive us in 2028 as a board? Am I stating people's skepticism properly? And then there's a question about, okay, how do we get people to possibly think more forward-looking 2 to 3 years out? Any other thoughts on this? Semi?
I think the inclusion of the trends might be not necessarily in order to get the feedback or the views of the stakeholders on the trends and what they think of them, but more as a reminder to the stakeholders who will be responding to the survey that these are the trends, and in light of those trends, where do you think we should focus on in terms of our strategy?
It just popped in my mind. I think we're trying to describe the world in 2028 to 2030 or 31. And we are focusing on the current trends, which you laid out, and I fully concur. These are current trends. And there won't be, from today's perspective, just one potential or possible scenario of the future in which we have to do our standard setting. There could be, or we could derive more than one scenario of the future according to the development of the trends and what's going to happen and so forth. So at the end, in order to know what are we going to do in our strategy and work plan, which we are going to derive within the next 18 or 24 months, we probably come across potential future scenarios, and we have to somehow weigh these scenarios. Scenario A is more possible than scenario B, and what's going to happen if B is coming into place, then we might have to react differently than what we would have to react for scenario A. Just a comment from my side.
Billy?
Thank you, Tom. And this has been a very valuable conversation. I really like the suggestions that Neil and Nancy and Zayu made in terms of giving it a more of a future perspective, same as what Robert said. Just in terms of the process, Tom, you're quite right. The previous round, we didn't have this survey, but that's because we did a mid-strategy term survey. On the ethics side, they did it exactly as we are now proposing to do it. So I do think, and I think, Sammy, you summarized it very nicely in terms of, it is about what are the things that need to inform us in terms of what we should be focusing on. But I do think we've got very good input now in terms of how to position it, maybe.
Okay. What I would suggest, based on this conversation, we did ask for homework on question 7. I don't necessarily think our tour de table will be the most productive thing unless there's some key trends that people feel like we're totally missing as of right now, and you really think we need to say. I do think we should submit that to the team offline. Nothing's going to go out without public display. I just don't think we're there yet. We've thought about a little bit of recasting how we would do this, but I don't want the work to go lost. We're going to do some research that will inform our strategy discussion. Is that fine, Tim, to get the input to question 7? People are prepared to do that. Some point either this week or week afterwards. If you came just with cryptic notes, then it gives you some opportunity to write an email around it. Okay. Thank you. That was really useful and clarifying. Should we move on to the next section?
Yeah, so the next section, so will be the last section of the survey, so will be around the work plan. So we already hear a little bit on that. But the idea, so the working group believe that it's too early to include any initial list of projects. So that's not the goal, as the project should come from the strategic drivers. And it suggested that the survey will instead show process of the current work plan, so the remaining project for 26 and 27 to refresh the stakeholders, and then to highlight potential connectivity between both SSBs and future plans, and seek feedback from stakeholders on commonalities of interest, where they think both SSB have a role to play, because we hear that they want us to work more together. So it's more to get their feedback of what they would like us to work more together on. So that was the idea on the section of the work plan. So here again, we have question for you. So the first question is whether you agree to have a work plan section in the survey. Then whether you support not putting a list of projects, and if you think there are other aspects that should be covered in the survey with respect to work plans.
So I think we basically have to cover A separately, because we heard And if people want to do a work plan portion of the survey, then we could go to BC. But we heard sort of a dissented view on putting it into this survey, joint survey mechanism. The question is, if we don't do it now, will we have time to do it later? And so that is another question. And will people get survey fatigue from us by doing it in iterations? Billy, you wanted to come in on this point?
Yeah, basically, Tom, just to reinforce what you said, because remember what we are hearing over and over is that we're not good at this. People are saying you should be, and I fully agree with what Ado alluded to earlier, we can't do everything together. But what people are saying, those things that you can do together, you need to be able to identify them early so that you then end up in this situation where one board goes first and then the next board, so that you're aware of it from the start and then do it in parallel. And that was the idea here, is how can we bring that piece out in the survey, but fully agree that we won't go into details of topics that we will do and topics ethics will do and that type of thing. But is how do we get that commonality, and how do we enable ourselves to identify that early enough?
Okay, so that's a little bit of a caveat to this idea of this full survey on work plan program. Bill?
I may not have captured what you just said there, but we said earlier today, I think that a couple of us said that we shouldn't include the work plan in this survey because it was too detailed and too different. You then said, well, we can't do it in two goes, or we run out of time to do it.
I said that's a consideration. Like, at the end of the day, one of the things that we want to do is get input on our work plan. Because of our due process requirements are working backwards, we have to figure out, if we don't do it now, when do we do it? And the alternative, like, we would normally include the work plan idea. We could do it in the consultation, but that's now late in the process. But it could be done there too, and it's maybe fluid enough. I think that's how we did it in our last go around too. Is that correct, Philly? So that was all I was saying.
Okay, well, where I'm coming from is I think that I'd stay high level for this initial consultation and survey, and in given time have a second shot at the more detailed work plan, but they'll be quite different. I'm sure they'll be quite different between ISSB and IAASB.
Okay, Krista?
Thank you. Coming back to my first comment, in fact, I would appreciate further clarification on how this joint survey approach will align with each board's process concerning their work plans. While the value proposition and some key elements of a strategy may be shared, the work plans will most likely be separated. In the meantime, I understand that the work plan helps illustrate how the strategy is implemented. Some examples of joint projects may be mentioned, but probably not the overall work plan, as each board remains independent. Thank you.
Nancy?
Thanks, Tom. So first off, as a general matter, it's probably too early for to ask for input on a work plan. So that's just a general thought, right? Having said that, looking at what's proposed here, we're saying, well, let's not list them. But then in paragraph 28, we can talk about describing and describing. Well, describing seems to me is information sharing. We're telling you something. We're not really soliciting input. So while there seems to be a suggestion that we get some input on work plan, this proposition as framed doesn't quite help me get there. So my view would be that we're going to be including key trends. We're going to ask them to be forward-looking, thinking. In there, is it possible to slip in a question about what do you think are some of the key activities that we should not miss, if any? And leaving it as more of an open question there, right? Not leading them and tell them we will do this, but like, with this whole area of whatever it is. So one of my areas, cyber. So technology fueled cybersecurity is going to be really critical, and it's going to get worse. From a standards point of view, is there any key activities that you think we should not lose sight of? In that kind of context, and pose it that way to get some input. And then later on in specific consultation, you can ask for more. But to your point, try not to lose this opportunity to at least get some input. They may not, because it's an open-ended question, they may not say anything. But if they do, then at least we get some insight from them. Thank you.
Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. I had raised my card, I think it was when Bill said something earlier, but I feel very strongly we should not put the detailed work plan in here too early. And we should stay very focused on what the purpose of the joint survey is that we're doing. And that's very novel and very new. We have done consultations on our work plans in the past. And I think whether it came out clearly here or in a meeting that we had last week, you made it very clear that there would be separate work plans, that this was just the joint aspect. And I subscribe to that. I think there's enough, we've done this, we're doing this because of what we've described as noise in the system. And this is really to right the ship, ask the questions, get the responses, so we move forward together and then do the work plan later in the year as we were contemplating originally.
Edo?
Yeah, I have a bit of that as well. And I think I see this survey very much in the context of the identification of matters where we should work together on. This is not to feed our work plan, but if matters are raised, it needs to feed both our work plans. And that would be the benefit of doing this joint survey. Otherwise, you can just as well not do it. So if matters are being raised, it needs to impact both, and we need to reflect on it in the respective work plans on how we're going to integrate it and such that we jointly operate it. And so that focus needs, so if there are elements or potential projects that people want to raise in this context as a result of their thinking about trends and the value statement, that's fine. I think we should solicit it, but I do think, because we're in a couple of times around the board table, we speak of we, and that seemed much more IAASB centric. Well, we in this context, I think, should be both boards. So I feel quite strongly that should be the purpose of this survey. Thank you.
So there seems to be gravitation around the idea that if we're going to ask a question about work plans, it's about areas where both boards could work together jointly. And to me, to some extent, that may be irrespective of the strategy period. And we may want to even say, irrespective of the strategy period, it could be today, it could be the future, are there areas where joint initiatives would be useful to address current or future trends? Obviously, it has implications. We may not be able to do it, but basically, we don't want to constrain thinking in their minds about where we could act. Then it leaves the question about specificity of our future work plans out some months, which may be more appropriate. But it's really about this: where do people think we should act jointly and add value? Is that sort of where I hear consensus? Sammy?
Yeah, I'm just concerned a little bit that we decided to go short on the value proposition. We're going short on the trends. If we're not going to inquire about the topics to be included in our strategy, whether separately or jointly with ISSB, then what's going to be there in the survey?
Maybe what I've heard is that we will still ask questions around all of these areas. So we're not going to be like we will phrase it different than what we had in this paper, but in not all of these areas, like for example, on the work plan, we still ask a question, I think. So it's still useful to get the input. That was my takeaway, Tom.
But with a specific ask about the jointness of it. Okay, Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I think Ado's suggestion of that particular lens of the joint survey for the joint projects is quite a useful sort of lens just to bring to this now, I think, because to me, this section on the work plan is really about us describing our intent and maybe some examples, but probably not. But it's more about how the way we're going to work is going to be different. So I think we want to, it's our opportunity to signal as well as to get comments back from our stakeholders, I think. So we need to sort of set it up so we get the right sort of feedback. And I think we have to be a bit more on the front foot about our intention in the future is a little bit different to where we've been. Thanks.
Okay. Back to you, Jesper.
We get to the last slide on the way forward. Like this goes all the way to 2028, but I will spare you with all the details on that. Maybe more on the short term. So in December we'll have a joint meeting with the ethics board, which we can discuss the draft of the joint survey with both boards together at the same time. So you hear all the same comments, and then we can hopefully finalize it. We would then publish the survey in the first quarter with a period for comments for about 120 days. I think that's enough for now, Tom.
Just thinking about where I'll be on April 2028. Unless I'm an invited guest. Tom, any perspectives of the PIOB?
Thank you very much for, I just want to emphasize the importance of the coordination as and Tom and Billy really have emphasized it. Especially the joint value proposition is a very good starting point because as Tom suggested, it's important in terms of the fundraising and free rider issue. So it has not only the operation of the both board, but has an impact on the discussion surrounding the older ecosystem on the mechanism of this issue. And just one point I would like to add, one more, is that this emphasis on the coordination is coming from the experience of this period, like the pie track 2 and the other issues, as you all know. So the early stage coordination is really, really critical for moving forward. And then one suggestion is the joint value proposition, and perhaps we may have some sort of the joint project as well. So that sort of coordination were in mind. But at this stage, I think that the PIOB is really, can I say, satisfied of this direction. Thank you.
You know, one of the things, I think Sammy's point was right. It's like, what's the substance of this survey going to be? But also, what's the purpose of the survey going to be? To some extent, it's a little bit of a cathartic moment for stakeholders to opine on what they care about and what we should know. And it's a way of gaining intelligence in a pretty efficient fashion. In fact, the survey probably shouldn't be a very long survey. It could be quite brief, but it also could be an articulation of what we feel is important and why we believe an integrated effort with IAASB is valuable. In fact, one of the things we could offer is that within the same organization, we have these two standard setters that can and should be working together. So we've gotten a lot of feedback. I do think having a little bit, even if it's not future trends, some discussion about what are the trends we see today could trigger some insights on the future trends. going forward. So there is research to be done from that perspective. You know, the other thing I probably was a little bit of the struggle for us is that this is in the abstract right now. Until we actually have something on paper, it's hard to envision exactly what we're talking about, but we got a number of really good sort of suggestions about directions we may want to go here. And I guess, yes, but when do you, just reminder to everyone is like, we probably will be developing the survey over the next couple months, and this will come basically back to the board in December, right?
Yeah, so the board will get a draft of the survey in December. So we will be working on the coming weeks, and then we'll have our first call mid-October with the joint working group.
And this is the other thing is this is where I think our approach on staff-driven model means that we will be doing outreach to specific board members over time. Like, I don't want, by the time it gets to the board, to be a total surprise to people come December, because that's not the most effective way of gathering input. So there will be involvement as we develop over time. And we'll start expanding the circle of engagement with you and the TAs in the room and others. Billy?
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, Tom, December is also, both boards have their meetings in the same week. So we'll be here and the ethics board will be at the AICPA's offices. So we do plan to have a joint session. So we will probably need to have a little bit of almost the type of coordination we had leading up to the approval of the sustainability standards, where we make sure that we're all on the same page before we go into the joint session and so on. So there's a little bit of coordination that we will each have our separate discussions, but we'll also have a joint session.
Okay. Any other comments on this? Jesper, Natalie, anything you want to add?
I think it was a really good discussion. So thank you all for your input. It's really useful to have, and it will help us to develop the survey.
Okay. Any other comments? Akika?
Yes, thank you for the discussion. It was very good discussion, I believe. And then I'd like to mention one thing which I believe wasn't mentioned in the paper, but maybe as Tom and maybe Tom are discussing, I think we need to, when we develop something new, one side we will think about the activities and plan, but on the other side we need to think about the resource, including budget. So I don't say we should include that in the survey, but in the whole process to create this strategic work plan, of course, I believe the project team will consider the resource, of course, but maybe it would be good to have this matter in the public paper, because if not, what I'm concerning is stakeholders will be going to say to us a lot of things, and we cannot do that, and that will be really they will be disappointed, and we will be stuck. So yeah, that is my concern. So maybe to reduce the expectation gap, I think we need to mention somewhere in some form in a public paper. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the reality we face in any standard setting activity that we do. But I think this is why we have to construct the document well, so that we sort of set the boundaries of what what we're trying to accomplish here. But okay. I think this concludes today's business. Does anyone want to raise anything else before we close today's meeting? So
Just a reminder for everyone in this room and those following it, we will begin tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will start with 2410 and go to technology and then have a report from IAASB on the firm governance and culture. The experts team, project team will meet in the orange room. I assume we're 15 minutes early, so we could have maybe meet at 5:30 p.m. rather than 5:45. The planning committee will not meet this evening. I think we got some really good guidance. Josephine, what is that reaction about?
Just coughing. Sorry.
I thought you lost your right to react. Your tent is on the floor. It's but really good first day meetings. Thank you to the team. It's always complicated. We're dealing with a joint strategy team. We're dealing with two boards. So there may be some movement based upon IASB's input too, and we'll have to navigate that as well. But good session and thank you very much.